Yeah, the optics and what people could see, could hear, excuse me. So it seems to me that he spoke well, and it seems that the crowd was cheering. Might not be cheering to you to the level that you would like. I mean, there was definitely no singing, "Siana nai Chiwenga" or "Siana nai Mnangagwa." Okay, right. Uh, Chiendembere, right? Like what we saw, last week, right? But there was a crowd. Number one, do you deny? Number two, there was some cheering. Number three, there was no humiliation because you would have expected here, Monogozomonsi, boo, Ganawanzi, for people to just blow up against Mnangagwa, Kunyaso Munyanzi, yeah, as was like, or even perhaps to sing Sianana Chiwenga or something like that. But it wasn't. And look, the service chiefs are also there. There doesn't seem to be any indication whatsoever. Don't you deny that the optics were very so much way above expectation against Mnangagwa. People could almost say here Mnangagwa winner, don't you think?
Well, Simba, I've told you what I think. Really, first of all, I told you I couldn't hear the crowd cheering. I don't know why. Maybe you muted me so that I couldn't hear it, but I couldn't hear it. That's a fact. I could hear his speech. He was speaking like a robot. He was speaking differently. I've just
I thought he's always been like a robot. I thought he always blows like a. Yeah, I think
it's normal.
Ziambi is now there to speak. I think Ziambi is the one who's going to give us an indication, because India no rasa muromoga India wandakatara naye a few days ago. We India no buritsa dirires.
But look, I've just seen the president's picture now. Is he sick? He's looking unwell. Did you see the picture?
Hmm. So this is the justice minister. Would you like us to hear him?
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
Let's hear. Because here you India no seta tonu.
Close family members.
Because remember, position in Ngai na ED Kudara E. Very influential, very powerful. It's the
Of our national hero. The rest of us will remain where we are.
I think now what they're doing is they're now interring, they're now burying him.
And look, Simba, there's nothing to go Mnangagwa here because also we respect people that are dead, right? So this man is not. We don't know any of his wrongdoings. There's no reason people to
Hmm.
disrespect him and boo Mnangagwa. You know what I mean? So,
Did I hear you saying that you don't know Chugudu?
well, no, I know it's good, but I don't know his liberation credentials. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Okay,
He's
I'm
not
listening.
outspoken. He was not an outspoken or as loud as would say maybe S. Moyo or maybe Chiwenga himself. So I know very little about him, and there is no reason for an ordinary person who goes to his funeral to start booing funeral. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Right, I'm listening.
Yeah. So you were saying Mnangagwa is won and the Chiwenga faction is lost. I don't think kuti ndopanofana kuitwa zviro dzese 2030 haisi kudiwa nevanhu vemuzanu PF chaivo.
But you agree, Kuti Kusada and reality are two can be very two distant things. Yeah. Like you know that in 2008, people did not want Mugabe. People inside ZANU-PF did not want Mugabe. They they then sponsored not Tendai, Simba Makoni, right, to wedge in between, and a lot of people in ZANU-PF went for Simba Makoni. Nearly 10% of the population voted for Simba Makoni, and nothing happened after that. 2008, and Mugabe had to be removed 9 years later in a coup, and I mean things just went on. So don't you think that this Chiwenga anti ED thing could just be one of those small tremors ziringoitika in ZANU PF? After all, zimwe life is just going to go on as usual, and we're all gonna live happily ever after.
Now, the only problem is that with this 2030 issue, it comes with a lot of corruption, a lot of cluelessness, and a lot of we don't care about the people. That's the difference. The looting is on another level. The corruption, so this slash ED Shwenga. I think Shwenga is getting more people who would prefer Shwenga because he's openly speaking against corruption. Whereas ED spoke against corruption in 2017 when he was coming in. He actually said he was going to conduct lifestyle audit of everyone who was in power to check who's got what wealth and whatever. And then he also said, Chivayo, you must tell him Majira and Apusara, and nobody should ever.
Yeah. So cool. Don't you think that that speech? So in that light, and let's be objective here. If you look at it, in no time at all, the same Mnangagwa is seen with Chivayo, giving an award to Chivayo. Not very long after that, isn't this the same thing? Chiwota's got a fat belly, is Wigno Chivayo. But this is within weeks of Chivayo being with Chiwenga at his wedding function. Vachito Chivayo Shteta Senge is part of the family. The same way Chivayo has been cozy with the Mnangagwas, even with the Mugabes, is the same way that he's cozy with Chiwenga. And he's not even cold. There's nothing. There's no acrimony. There's nothing there. So could this not be politicians playing with the masses because they know what a type of conversations you folks are having on social media? So they will throw things there. They'll invent terms like shigananga and the like, just to keep the conversation going, to manage your angers, Chimama. Chimama anga achizoposta apa apo. Iyo tigadzirise timbotesta waters timboona kuti zvakaita sei. And then after that, so kona shumba vanenge vagara zvavachirova tea vachinakigwa vari down there. And what have the politicians achieved? They've actually achieved their agenda of managing the people. It's running a country. It's ruling people. It's controlling people by today making them to go to the east, go to the west, and after that nothing happens. Mamshingovagwa Shete, you're made to believe that there is a Chigananga who is called Wigno Chivayo, and if he is there, he's actually a Chigananga for all of them. He might actually be a Chigananga for Chiwenga than he is from Nangagu. so, so I'm just saying, could it not be?
Look, that's your narrative that you're throwing at me. I've just told you, Kuti, ED Mnangagwa has failed to address corruption. Number one, people just want ED Mnangagwa and the corrupt cabal to leave. They don't care who's coming, whether Chiwenga is corrupt or whatever. They just want this Chivayo 2030 amendment of the presidential term gone. That's what people want. So now Chiwenga is talking about corruption, yes, addressing Chivayo in particular. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Who wants corruption? We don't want corruption. So if somebody is talking about corruption and addressing it and saying it must stop, I will support that person. Because I tell you, Zimbabwe is bleeding. We need to close those holes. It's not a question of Mnangagwa Awina, Chiwenga Aruza. It's a question of what is good for Zimbabwe. Corruption is bad for Zimbabwe. And President Eden is moving around with very corrupt people that are not accountable to anyone. Because Chibayo Bospita and the airport and the stage training, you know what I mean? And the president does not say anything. And yet he is the one who said, Chibayo Ngasapiwa ma contracts, mama tender a government. So he is going against his word. And then he says, we should have a lifestyle audit on everyone. He did not do it. He did not even expose them. So, does have corruption, Kunasa? And what does Mnangagwa do? He pardons her. Okay, 95 million, okay, okay, go, you are free to go. You are now in the Senate. Okay, you can do this and that. So he's not addressing corruption. That's why we want him gone. It doesn't matter. That is the attitude out there. They just want this cabal gone. It's not a question of Mnangagwa winner or Chiwenga Arusa. It's a question of what is right for our country.
Someone says here, Trimo Hamanda says here, I love your ugly truth. You are straight on point. The only person who seems to be really fighting for change here is the old man Geza. Chiwenga seems to be scared to tackle Mnangagwa directly. So Chimama, can you see a lot of people are feeling that Chiwenga
Let me just come in, Mr. Chimazara.
Okay, so let me hold on. Let me pick it up. Stay there, please. Let me so that I get it up onto the screen, and I'm hoping that people can get me here. Let me just get it. It is Wombe Nende. It caused a bit of talk on Saturday. Let me just get it up. Sorry, I apologize. My device is playing up Irpita Ichitani.
I might have missed it on Saturday. I don't know why. So what is he talking about?
So Councillor Nende is saying this. This is Councillor Nende. Right. Where is it? Is deeply critical about Geza and everything and the whole anti-2030 agenda. He's saying, look, this is just flip-flopping by ZANU-PF members, and it won't lead anywhere. Let me get the actual wording. Yes, I'm on his page now. Okay, there it is. Where is it here? Yeah, Geza tikasamungwarira anotirova paper 2. He is a mutated version of Matema Danda and Mahia, seeking opposition buy-in and sympathy. But well, we are gullible. Anzi tiri gullible tinongoshandiswa. Maibata.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I matter.
Yeah. So that is let me post it here. Let me post it here. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. So our problem as Zimbabweans is that we overanalyze analyze what too much. Or whatever. People just want E.D. Mnangagwa and the whole cabal gone. Geza, yes, is talking about the things that I resonate with as a citizen of Zimbabwe. And mind you, Mahia in 2016, he spoke the same language that Geza is saying today. He addressed the problems that the people of Zimbabwe were facing in 2016, which led to the removal of Robert Mugabe, right? Mm-hmm. And now, that speaks the same language that Mahia spoke, and Mahia is now, and 20 people are criticizing Geza. That's stupid. Geza address my issues asina kugadziriswa na ED from 2017. He is saying, look, you have not done anything from 2017. We cannot talk of 2030.
Right. Right. Just 2 secs. Let me just get a few things straight here. I think I've posted the comment. Chimama vanenge vari kudropa pana papa. Right. So, okay, here we go. We're just doing a quick, very short news analysis. Here, our viewers witnesses. Councillor Womberayeshe Nende has criticized the anti-2030 agenda. And at the same time, also, we had Thomas Mafumo criticizing the anti-2030 agenda. And you were saying the people who are behind this, they're the same who brought us to where we are. They betrayed the struggle for democracy, and they're only speaking because now they cannot eat. Now they are seeing that MNANGAGWA is taking the whole cake to himself. And once they're in power, they will throw us into the dustbin. They'll throw us into the streets. I'm hoping that people can hear me there. Shimama Murukundinzo, can you hear me? I think Shimama, I lost you there. We have posted, I've posted here what Councillor Nende said. Councillor Nende is commenting over the Geza development. And today, MNANGAGWA's attendance at Heroes Acre suggested that calls for him to step down, and statements that he is not popular are no longer really popular themselves. And a week later, after being humiliated at the very same Heroes Acre, suddenly MNANGAGWA has leveled up, has come back, has shot back up to where he was before. And after this, life is likely to just continue as normal. So the scene suggested so, and a lot of people have been saying so. And even though there was a general low attendance earlier on at the shrine at the beginning of the burial, all of a sudden my numbers azopika, and so people are like, look, but MNANGAGWA continue, and but don't go to so boraka ponja udara papa. Because is disgruntled, and they could easily be playing intelligence on us, so that the masses just shift from west to east, and we're made to attack MNANGAGWA, just so that we can keep things. They're just doing anger management, so that's what people are saying. But Chimama is saying she's coming up and she's throwing her comment to events is that look, nothing has changed, and the collapse of the 2030 agenda is certain, and if I got her right, she is stuck to that narrative.
Well, I'm here. I can speak for myself, can I?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure. I thought you were off. I thought you've gone off. Yeah. Sorry. I apologize. Shoot. Go ahead.
So I'm saying 2030 is not good for Zimbabwe at all, and this 2030 has caused so much division within the citizens of Zimbabwe, within ZANU-PF, within the opposition. It has caused a lot of, because of the 2030. 2030, people have died. So in 2019, we see ED MNANGAGWA saying 2030, we thought it was a joke. Now we are in 2025. The 2030 mantra, wildfire. But many Zimbabweans have resisted it simply because of the constitution. Then they amend his presidential term. The guy is 82. Guys, in 5 years is going to be almost 90. He'll be hitting 90 years. So people are saying kuti kwete Zimbabwe haina kupera vanhu. There was a gentleman's agreement pakaitwa Operation Restore Legacy. What was the agreement? Taiudzwa isu mumastreets muno kuti Idi Mnangagwa temu yake, Chiwenga temu yake. Chiwenga inini ndotomurespecta because hakuna murume anorwisa nyika obvisa leader oshedza umwe murume kuti inini hangu pari zvino I'm not capable. Uyai chef oichimutichi chirana ine nyika. And then after that, those people who have supported that, they all die. Because in Ndiyo witness at this gentleman's agreement here, it was not written down because it was a coup, not a coup. So there's maybe two or so who witnessed the gentleman's agreement. So this person now says, gentleman's agreement yatakaita tichinei nayo isu takakuda kuti 2030 toramba tichipo tichitonga. Atisile Mnangagwa is saying my husband unofanira kunge aripo 2030. That's why muchimuona achipuwa $60 million ekufamba achibika matimbi and event stuff like that. Kuti varambe varipo vari panyanga. And Zimbabweans are saying no. Those in ZANU-PF, those in the opposition. So out of all the ZANU-PF factions, the most stupid and dull faction is the 2030 faction. I mean, you're comparing with the G40, you compare with the Lacoste, you compare with the Gamatox. This particular one, 2030, is the most stupid faction because they want to continue looting. And the majority of Zimbabweans. So what we read here, it doesn't matter. What matters is what the people are saying out there. Do we want a president who's going to die in power? No, we don't. So whether people cheered for him or they did not, it does not matter. What matters is what the people think about this man. He needs to go. He needs to go. Hakuna munhu unesimba rekumubvisa kunze kuti varwisane ivo vega muZANU-PF imomo. It's not a supporter unomubvisa wacho kuti abve kana chivhayo vese vanatagwire nyika yapfugama pasi necorruption. We don't want that. We don't want that. South Africa is going to be hit nema-sanctions. In fact, yatorohwa nema-sanctions. It's only a matter of a few years before people will be stranded in South Africa. People want to come back home to a functioning Zimbabwe. Zvavanga vachitaura zvekuti accountability what uchishanda neMbapa, what accountability are you talking about as a leader of a nation, a leader of SADC to that matter? Akonewa iti. He's got wrong advisors. He's surrounded with crooks only. He needs to go. Was that the reason for the Operation Restore Legacy? No. If there's anyone here in the platform or in the audience who supports 2030, I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. Anyway, Tubo is up. Let me just mute my mic. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Hi, good morning, Tubo.
Yeah, my brother, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Yeah, we're just discussing Mnangagwa's speech and his Heroes ACRE function today. Is where the scenes. How do you read them? Don't you suppose that the suggestion that Mnangagwa has lost support has really fallen apart, and Mnangagwa has sort of come back, and things are just going to continue as normal now?
But he never had support from the best. No, he never had support. No, because if he had support 2 times, so he has never had support that guy. But that is not my point here. My point, guys, what happened if you support 2 bullies? Because I just want to answer Chimama. Chimama, mukona inindi chinetsana na Simba 2 bullies. Mukasupporta inindi kawina. The next time, muzazviitika nenda kuoppressa ini. So kusupporta Chiwenga that's a wrong move. Worse than atakatoita pana ET. All those guys, they still got to go. Even this guy, I'm with Geza, surely my Zimbabweans said Chikanganwa Kudaro. These are the same people, the same old vets that have abused poor Zimbabwe. Sakanasa Zonaga Papi Geza. if you want to take his history, there was an allegation that Geza, we knew that you killed someone and they kept it under the carpet. Same. Now, Tyson. There's another guy called Gift. He died because of Kasukwere, and they kept it under the carpet. Kasukwere has Muzanu now, Akuopoza Zanu, Adzingwane Zanu. Then they are saying they will bring this, they're going to go and report to Matanga. But Tagayazo was just saying, surely you can't support Chiwenga. You can't. But for us to be where we are right now, it's because of Chiwenga. He played the party. So, yes, guy in there. And at now, we support the one. I'm going to support our own Munipapa and Timutoka and Sachin. When I open up street, it's in a Chiwenga, will be some shit. It's a Mapopon, to Garaton as we fight. Don't support anyone there. Is this Patagamma and the Papo, Tagamma from Komana? Mamma would Mimi, Magamma from Komana, Magakumira to Nachiwenga. I had no confusion. Big time confusion. But it's an Aka and As Simbaga, Kuzan Piafuga, no part of the Golama functions at Mangani. Now, not Mangani, no Kunega Kisa. You got ED, you got Chiwenga, because I am off it. And the Nagono Timater and Asano Iberi, Mpanduki.
Wow.
Let me move from
Wow. Yeah. Right. Chimama wants to respond to you. Chimama, shoot.
Okay. So, Chuboy, I hear you, my brother. As the citizens of Zimbabwe, we don't have many choices here. Choice number one is either we accept 2030, we accept Kuti Idiano amend the constitution, and he goes ahead Nene 2030 vision yake. That's option number one. Option number two is we refuse 2030. We support Chiwenga. Option number three, there is no opposition from Nelson Chamisa's side giving us an alternative. The opposition ilipondea chavangu nevamwe vaya vakaenda kuprecap vato endoza already. Asidai Chamisa anga abuda akati, guys, ngatipinde mu street. That would be the option that we are going with. If we don't, it is going to amend the constitution. Constitution haina kuti uri ZANU PF, haina kuti uri opposition. Kana constitution ichitochinjwa, it affects every Zimbabwean. So do we fold our hands, get popcorn and watch? That is my question to you, my brother, before I finish my submission. Answer me on that one. That have been thrown at us too. Ochiwenga. Topeta maoko ere totarisa tomanya neya idi. Toita say because kana tisinga support we are supporting Chiwenga because atina opposition.
I think your line is breaking here. Mata atina opposition. Two boy, do you agree with that? Did I hear that well?
My sister Karosingade Chinuka, Olutungulagiza complete utauri chinu. Mama katange mukula chinu mweta na msiku shida so that isus numira pa mkomana ipapa. Kana ziganza ana zvari kuita. We are not gonna say no kuti ana zvari kuita. Right now takusupport munhu. No, we don't operate like that. Kana inini ndikati mukadzi wangu para pandichadi. Musopane ndichida papa zvebonde ana handizomufoda ndomudza chimbouya futi kana ndati handichadi. So kandakati hatidi Chiwenga, hatidi Munangagwa. Ngasaje nguruwe nekunyara. Ikaiswa poison kuti nokuda kuregedza ndingodya. Hatichadi. Turamba takamira ipapa.
Hanzi isusu tinomira nemukomana.
Let them do whatever they are doing there. Kuzani pio. Vakada kukurayana, let them do whatever they are doing. We are not interested. But patakamira tipapo. Let's not engage. We don't want to do that right now. Let ZANU-PF go there. we wash.
Well, with the amount of corruption in the politica, I will not sit and watch.
My sister, corruption, let's engage in corruption national food. Can I guess a whoop at table when I got you? That's a bit sorry, much to you.
Well, you know, folks.
I will engage it too. If I'm able to get 5 pounds back and that 15, let me do that. Instead of my pen.
Right, saka mchiti mkomana mura pichiwenga kana tichamisa because chiwenga aronzi mkomana futika. Chimama, andi asiri zvere.
So before two boy drops, I just wanted to ask a question. Kuti vanhu paya pavaiti nyange kana mukomana asipo nyange pakaiswa gudo tinovhotera gudo. Isn't this a scenario that we are left with? Kuti kana pasina uyo achida zve-2030 isusu would rather support gudo rinenge riripo, but right now hapana alternative. We just sitting and looking whilst the people are amending the constitution, guys. And then what, we fold our hands. I won't do that. I'm sorry. I might be called a confused person. That's okay. I will not allow them. I amend the constitution. E.g., a lifetime president, actually in his 90s. I will not. If it means good people will say I'm confused, so be it.
Well, Dube Yangu Musiwa says the sister is talking the truth. Let's rally behind Chiwenga. Sorry?
Make sense. That's nonsense.
Kubeka chamisa.
Ungataura kwa ile gasrova nekudini kochicha uri kutaura icho make sense. Already we don't have any opposition in this country iri viable to support. Ungataura kwa ile gasrova nezvega uri kurevei hauna ukwane. Ngoba munongotaura manje mukala kutamba naye ngoma inindiri nkule indinofema kumatata mukatanga ndinakukwana indakuna kuwisa kubara utakakwana kubara ngeri corruptions nemsoro kwete zvisinga make sense. So why are you forcing us to engage in ZANU-PF fights? We just watch, maybe we're not interested in that. So you cannot say maybe I'm not participating in that and that one. Hey, it's a mush.
I'm sorry, guys.
I Prim, yeah.
Hi. Thank you for the platform once again. I'm totally with Chimama. You know what? I'm feeling lately that it's time women take the reins in Zimbabwe. Maybe we may see the light of day. Because my arguments are present right here. The ones which are making more sense are coming from the ladies. Because you cannot suggest with the terrain in Zimbabwe, we all know the political terrain. We all know what's going on there. And you advise people to fold their hands and be spectators looking at their future going down the drain. What are you smoking? We cannot allow, we cannot do that. We need to take and grab any opportunity that is at our disposal right now, whether it's coming from Mars, Jupiter, you name it. We need to grab it. Tinotangira ipap. What the clarity that we need right now is to realize that we need to move from this position actually going forward. We have a huge obstacle. Where is Mukomana? We have what we have, and we have to work with what we have. We don't know whether people are not compromised or compromised. What we know, we have Ndarageza telling us we want to change the trajectory in Nikaidu, advising us of corruption, which is making us suffer, which was evident in our day-to-day life. And there is nobody who should have the guns and the guns and energy to disable us. I feel these voices are voices which are actually trying to disable the masses. When do what you feel is right. If you feel like you're supporting who, nobody has got the right to disable you. Nobody has got the right to break your spirit. Nobody has got the right to tell you what to do. Rise up, Zimbabwe, and do what you want to do. If you want to follow Gezauro Chiwenga, so be it. If you want to follow whoever, it is your choice. Mono, do what is clear within your conscience and your heart. Because we need to liberate ourselves from the current. That's it. No compromise. We don't have many options. This is what we have. Let's take it up and go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We had Malume. I think there was someone else who had come in, but let's just have briefly. Malume, could we have your 1 minute, please? And then we just have two boy needs to dash off. But Malume, give us your 1 minute, please. Malume? Okay, Malume Bearings is quiet. Jeremiah Muchaya, you're quiet? Okay, he has gone off. Okay, two boy.
Maybe Malume unmute a mic here. Okay, maybe he needs to unmute his mic.
Okay, right. Two boy. Do you want to give us your closing remarks since you need to dash off, yeah?
I don't understand these people, 2018, people were shot in the street.
Mm-hmm.
None was there. ET was there. So right now, let's support Chiwenga. But Chiwenga gunned down people very broad light in the street of Harare. What happened in 2008 from day one, and what did Chiwenga and ET? So you guys, you cannot say now we are supporting an abuser. Just because you want to take seat of another abuser. Look at what Chiwenga did to his wife, to his ex-wife. Cut off his hands, cut off his arm. So you want to bring someone like that into power. Guess what he will do to you? He will skin you alive, that Chiwenga. If he can do that to the mom of his kids, what about you? You're just a nobody to him. We don't want anyone on power, guys. We don't want anyone with that type of mentality sitting on that seat. We don't want them. If you want to support Chiwenga, it's not going to improve the situation in Zimbabwe. It's more like supporting Tyson. We want Tyson to sit on that seat. Do you think it's going to improve your life, or you start butchering me again? Chiwenga, ET, they killed people in Matabeleland. And you forgot about that. What has Chiwenga done that has improved your life? Nothing, guys. So why do you want to support people like that? Because I'm abuse one. If you leave an abuser, then you engage another abuser. What I improve a marriage, nothing like that, guys. If you want to support Chiwenga, it's no enough materials. No chance of knife, no chance of pork, no canary, no kusimba. We will never give a word about that. Because my background, you can't allow things like that, Are you really out of your mind, guys? I'm some of my options. So I'm going to have my options that you are engaged in something that's going on myself. I mean, je ne sais pas Zimbabwe. This don't go over Mushaw Moto corruption here. Engage a corruption putting in Kipunzike.
Wow. Right. So you are accusing Chiwenga of corruption, of worse corruption that's higher, even higher than Chigananda. Am I correct?
So, what is evil, Simba? There's no measurement there. Because what EG has done, Chiwenga has done it. What Gesa has done, EG has done the same thing. Gesa is accused of killing somebody. EG killed. Chiwenga killed. So what more do you want, Simba? If I was accused of all the three that they have committed all this crime, are you going to go pick Chiwenga that Chiwenga since is a deputy president, so he's so much better?
Right. But he's a deputy. What they're saying here, he is a deputy, and And he is, by the way, there's a distinction, isn't there, between a nationalist and a revolutionary and a fighter. Remember what Geza said is that Mnangagwa and Mugabe were not fighters. These were nationalists. These were imposed by the Rhodesian system. And so give us a chance because we are fighters.
Whether they were fighters, they were nationalists, but they brought us nothing.
What's the alternative? What's the alternative? Okay, let's agree these are all bad. What's the alternative?
There's nothing there to choose between the two of them, Mama. Chimama, and that's where wangwagara wakatubhoya kwakuabhusa ndokuzati achimama ndakutsvagira mukomana ndokutsvagira renso zati renso akarowa kukadza vele kuabhusa ndokudza achigara palarenso ndoparight confusion isingaite.
Simba.
Yes, Chimam.
If you can just give me a couple of minutes, I just want to rebut something quickly. There's a narrative, right? You could send out. Which Chiwenga, akaimbura my body parts are Mary Chiwenga. Mary Chiwenga tried to kill her husband, and it did not happen. So Chiwenga, in this case, if we're being realistic, was a victim. So then how do we then blame him for what's happening to Mary right now? I'm a woman, guys.
Mama, I respect you, but if you start to talk like that, I don't think you are still a woman anymore.
So then no, wait, let me speak to boy. I know, right? So as long as Mary tried to kill Chiwenga, tell me about that. If it was a lie, then we agree it was a lie. Then Chiwenga is wrong. Let's clear that first.
I don't know which mama, whether it's a lie or not a lie, but the channel Chiwenga, he even refused Mary to go and seek medical attention. Is that the way to do it?
A person who tries to kill you. Can I watch that? Honestly,
Mama, even if I kill somebody, I'm allowed to go and get medical attention. Okay?
To expect that from the person who watched that.
What power is Chiwenga that stop someone to get medical attention? You are supporting monsters, guys. Monsters. Put Chiwenga, you'll be crying. The next day you'll be crying.
Ngapaite alternative. Chamisa ngabude kati with the answer. Ngapaite alternative because yes, no havana alternative, guys. Havana alternative. So it's either you are saying we are supporting 2020. We don't want 2020. We don't want ED. ED has to go.
Currently, Zimbabwe, hakuna opposition. Munhu wese tongodari kuZimbabwe ndiwe ZANU. Saizvozvo ZANU ndiyo iripo ende munhu wese ndiwe ZANU sezvo mamuchiona pachipiwa vanhu moto. But now vanhu izvozvo vakuendawo kusaidi kuna general. It doesn't mean kuti vanoda general. Then since katika 2017 vanhu vachiti ED vanhu bebe vangangodawo change ya leader. What's wrong with you? Can skill less than Mugabe. That is the same skill to beat one and eat that's why I'm this about we go number don't support a case or this and that. No. I see when you are another change. Just one change. But this is another change, my point. This is a little place. Any part of the Piranaro, Aguna, Zano, Joyton ungopinda masocial media izana litoita zvinhu kwese dzemota zviri kupiwa zana yatongoma example kuti vaita toingoshowa ma2000 kuti dzana inopa manzwisisa zana iri kupasa zvinhu majagwa zviso zvamunoda kuzana ndokune uchine mukaka saka apo pamanje pakazviyana geza we know kuti zana inenge ichianza mastrategy ekuti inonyepera vanhu chitatso but aya madharaeva akavatarisa zvavaitaura pepe zviri mumwoyo mavo vanhu veve vatori pachokwadi pepe vakasinganyepedza tsoenda vaona zvavaitaura vaizvitaura zvitonyorwa pasi zvichibuda mubrain nemuchest maona zvinhu zviri pamwoyo vanogona kuti bias isi chimwe chinoti takachirukira chikaita mhosva dzakawanda nemacrime party ukatotarisa kana geza maybe angato achitopa ripoti yamaybe anga achitoburuka mhonda fit haana chaatonacho zvikiranda ndo zviri kutoita zvinhu zvaizvozvi saka imweni munogona kuzoti biti totanga kunetsana kuti paroda kuti tichadaita sei. It's another story.
Because can I just come in a bit? I hear people speaking about the issues to do with what is the alternative. When you go back to 2017, Mnangagwa was not the alternative. If most of you were there in Zimbabwe, let's not lie to each other and gaslight the people of Zimbabwe. Mnangagwa was not the alternative. But by happenstance, the opportunity fell on him because they felt the soldiers and everyone felt and they put him in that place. So let us not undermine also the potential that Zimbabweans have into leadership because we have been denied that space for the longest. It doesn't mean Zimbabwe does not have able leadership. Even if you take Chamisa, I think he's a capable leader. Let's not undermine him. Let's not even undermine Zimbabwe Zara quality leadership. It's just that we want people to sing towards a certain song so that it fits into the narrative. But it's because we are living under oppression. This is why we see other Zimbabweans not as the alternative. Imagine tomorrow if we go by happenstance, you go to Zibaraseko, I think you can pick a president. You go to Chitumbita, you can pick a president. You go to Mtare, you can pick someone who can take Zimbabwe into greater heights. We are undermining Zimbabweans by prolonging what we are not supposed to even be prolonging, the leadership of Mnangagwa, and saying to the people, who is the alternative? Chiwenga is equally useless because he's sitting under a leadership which is oppressive, which is not productive. And if he feels that this leadership is not the quality that he wants, Bananko Sana Moyo walked away from the Mugabe government, and they felt that they could not be manipulated by the Mugabe government because they felt it was under their quality and their standard of leading that country. So if Chiwenga feels he is a quality leader, he should have walked away even 5 years ago. He could have walked away way back. But because he's complacent and he's also a criminal himself, Chiwenga, he is a criminal himself. He has been part of the army that killed the people in Matabele, and he has been part of the army that short sleeve, long sleeve in 2008. He was part of the leadership of the army. So let us not lie to each other and portray Chiwenga as a hero. He is as good, as useless as Mnangagwa. How do you sell a boat when it's getting lost and you know the direction and you can't redirect the boat or take a leave of that boat? So let us not be sold the lie. ZANU-PF is one who is in it. Because if they were not useless, you cannot sail in a boat which is sinking and you are clapping and say, we are doing good or you are waiting for your own opportunity. That's a lie. Let us not be sold the lie as Zimbabwe. Chamisa is a capable leader. If you feel he's not good, you can go to, we have ZAPU as leaders, we have other opposition political parties that are there, that are waiting for the opportunity to lead this country, but will never know their goodness until an opportunity is given to them. Chiwenga and Mnangagwa, right now as we are speaking, they are in government and they are in the leadership. So once you say Mnangagwa, it's as good as in that same sentence. So it is unfair and unpractical for us to sit here and say Chiwenga has not been given a chance to lead Zimbabwe when he is the second most powerful person in Zimbabwe, when he has influence over army and other resources.
Okay, come into the program.
So,
come into the program.
I don't know how to do it, Zimbabwe.
Okay, folks, we've got a caller here that I would just like to give, and just to give a bit of precedence before we get to Marcy, right? Caller, can you give us a minute?
Okay.
Yeah, shoot, caller, go ahead.
Okay, Simba, my name is Priscilla Ngwing. Mm-hmm. I'm an ex-combatant. I'm an ex-Zipra combatant. Mm-hmm. I trained in Mukushi. We are the first cadres of Zipra to open Mukushi camp. Mukushi camp, there was no camp there. It's us. Takachera miti tichisa matendi. This guy who's talking about Geza, about Chiwenga, Achino bata Zvinuzwana Mary. That's not what we are looking for, Simba. I'm an ex-Zipra, I have nothing. I'm one of the lucky cadres. Akaita 1999, I came in this country. I've only gone to Zimbabwe once in 2000. I've never gone back. My mother passed away 2021. I was not able to go there because of the situation. Simba, this man is not serious. This man is not an ex-combatant. The people who
is which one? Who is not an ex-combatant?
This guy who was saying we don't want Chiwenga, we want him common. Which commoner is he talking about? He has never mentioned any name. Does he want all Zimbabweans from wherever we are suffering from to go and dig Chamisa from the wall where he is? Or to go and pick a man from the street who does not even know No, Simba, don't let that guy confuse the whole situation. Let's put the man on the ground, the man who has started raising something. We are suffering, Simba. I haven't gone to Noona, Pagadara Mama, Nepuchana Kaba, Mnangagwa never fought any war. I'm an ex-Zipra. Mnangagwa came to Zambia. Achida Puti Aji, Chegene Mukati. We had good commanders in Zambia. People like Ivana J.Z. Moyo. People like Ivana Tyson Moyo. I can name them all. Bana Nikita Mandela. I can more chance because Magati Mulukuti Muise Mugomba, Titangeta Muongorora. Kwakanzwa nyaya Gomba akatiza akakrosa akaenda kuMozambique. kuMozambique tongogara akasvika mutarisa neziso 1 akati munhu uyu asi right. Akatizazve kuMozambique akazonopepuka agara kuLancaster kumusangano wacho iyoyo kwakabiwa mavhoti. Now vanhu vose vaingomutarisa vachiti ko uyu ndiani vachibvunzana. Nobody could know who was Mnangagwa. But Mnangagwa akangotarisa Mugabe akaona kuti Mugabe ari weak. Akataura Mugabe kuti ukandisa kuti ndive security zvakati ndakadzidza zvakati. That's how he came in. Akuna munhu anotitaurira marara akadaro. This man should sit down. Mary wanted to kill Chiwenga, right? Chiwenga mdara uya ndaitamba naye madatsi. Inini I was a dead player representing Zimbabwe as Zimbabwe #1 in the national team. Everybody knows me, right? Ndaitamba madatsi every weekend na Chiwenga vana parents.
But on that one, since Mary is a civilian and she's able, is it?
Let me explain.
No, could I ask on that? Could I ask you, Comrade Ngwenya. No, Comrade Ngwenya. Could I ask you there?
Yes.
Because we will end up being a court here. We'll end up being a sub-court on this space. And yes, because the reason is, the thing is, the issue that seems to be there, why Mary was brought in, is that even if she tried to kill Chiwenga, if that ever happened, even if she had pointed a gun at Chiwenga, right? She has all prisoners. You see, one of the cardinals of the liberation movement. These are the dictates of Mao, of the teachings of Mao Zedong. My prisoners, they must be respected. So Mary is someone who is out on bail, and she needs medical attention. And why is she not getting medical attention? How can this be part of anything that we could call justice? And so allow me to finish. No, hold on. So this is what people are saying here. Even if she was Chidumo, remember Chidumo, the robber, right? Or and Chidumo comes out there and says, "Look, I've got a headache, right? He has got a right to be taken to the best hospital and get treated, and Mary is not being given that. And that is, I think, this is what people are saying there when they say that he has cut my limbs, Mary. That is what they're saying. Look, even if she did that, right, let due process, let her go through a proper trial, an independent trial that Chiwenga doesn't have influence over. But at the same time, if she wants to get medical treatment, she must be given medical treatment. She wants to go to South Africa for medical treatment. She must be given that. And then you see, and she could even go under guard. She could even go under 10 armed guards. That is very possible. People at the embassy could be there. But the point is, now that Chiwenga is stopping that from happening, this is what people are now saying. Look, this can't be justice anymore. This is interference by someone who doesn't want Mary to go through a proper judicial system process. So if we're going to be communicating on Spaces,
to answer you, or you want me to bypass?
Well,
Simba, how do you know that Chiwenga said Mary mustn't be treated? Have you got evidence?
Yes, I do.
And one thing.
Yes, I do. I've talked to Chiwenga. Comrade Ngwenya, you know what? I'm a journalist who just doesn't talk. I'm talking about. I've talked with Chiwenga. I've talked with Chiwenga directly, not once. Yes, I have, and I've talked to his. They don't. Both of them, MNANGAGWA and Auxilia. You saw my video with Auxilia there when I asked her about it.
Don't mention Auxilia, because Auxilia is nothing. Auxilia is worse than Daniela, right? Don't you involve Auxilia in these talks, because she's useless, right? We are talking about men here. We are talking about something which the president or the two presidents, the members of the cabinet, the members of the central committee, they should have sat down and discussed this Mary thing. Mary, okay, Zwakadai. What do we do for Mary? Body, Mary. But nobody did that, because okay, Mary did this, guy it was this. Mary she was support. Sometimes when I'm not feeling well, I don't cooperate even with the doctors. The doctor can talk, and then I tell them to say, stay away from me. It happens when we are not feeling well. But I'm giving the responsibility of my president, MNANGAGWA, of him, the deputy president, Chiwenga. The committee they say it's wrong on that one. It's wrong.
And you see, and you know what, Comrade Ngwenya, if assuming this is true, that Mary did this, let's just assume, number one, she does have rights. Number two, the children also have rights, even if their mother were a murderer. They also have rights. So basically, what Chiwenga is doing is also punishing the children. Number three, the other people that Chiwenga is punishing are the people who are watching the children not getting access to their mother. It's the same thing. People feel tormented by the scenery, and on that one, and you see, number four. Look at it here. No one has brought evidence, even up to now, that any such incident has ever happened. Okay, that Mary has tried to kill Chiwenga, and the most vivid evidence. This is where the unfairness seems to be too clear. The most vivid evidence of an assassination attempt is actually on Mary herself. The White City bombing, the bomb exploded on Mary Chiwenga's legs. It was thrown at Mary, and it is Mary who was on a hospital bed, lying down, while the two men, Chiwenga and MNANGAGWA and several others, were watching Mary lie down on a bed in hospital in Bulawayo, the same way that Tongagara lied down on a bed, dead, in 1979. What am I saying here? We have too much evidence to show that Mary is a victim. If Mary is going to be tried over the so-called poisoning, that no one has got evidence, that even the hospital medics in South Africa are denying, If that is the case, why are you, the ex-combatants, not talking about the attempted assassination, which is so clear? Why is there not a single arrest when a bomb was thrown from the VIP tent onto Mary's legs? And the people saw it. The video is there. This is not rumor. This is not tabloid H Metro. The video is there. That Mary is. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you know what? When people are seeing this, it tends now to discredit the leadership capabilities of Chiwenga. It's on the issue of the children. Even if Mary was a murderer, if that were true, the children are being ill-treated by all this. And people, learned men, elderly men are going on social media accusing Mary before she is even tried. You see, making statements. And what type of a country? We're talking about the values that you war veterans fought for, right? I have memorized Mao's that song, right? Nzira Dzema Soja, right? It's very clear. Our prisoners must be respected. And the Chiwenga himself said it last week at the Heroes Acre. Respect. He emphasized respect. So it looks like this is what this gentleman is talking about. But that's why I had just said, Comrade Ngwenya, the Mary Chiwenga issue, I would ask mainly also because there's a trial that is ongoing. These statements, when they're made on social media, they can discredit a judicial process, can serve to discredit a judicial process or interfere with it. So my request is, let's not talk about, it's the children, it's not even Mary. Mary's kids deserve to be respected. Manava Mary, the same way Comrade Ngwenya Kavana venyu imimi, anditika, they deserve respect. All my children, every one of our children deserve to have access to their parents, no matter how bad you or I are. So that is what people are talking about here. And they're saying, look, if a leader can overlook this type of injustice on children, if a leader cannot lead their own children to their mother, to go and see their mother even for 5 minutes, how can they be entrusted to lead a whole country of 15 million people to success? Are you getting it, comrade? Are you getting it, comrade? Are you getting it now?
I have.
So that is the issue. That is, yeah.
If you want me to say a word, Simba, yes, I might say it and people might not understand me. Right?
Yeah.
I'm a Christian. Simba, if you you do an evil thing, whether Munamu England, whether Zimbabwe, get me right. You do evil, evil will follow you. You do good, good will follow you. My ex-husband was the best friend. I told them, Mary, where we are Kaondera. That is why I know what was going on with Mary. And this bandama paper, I am Dara Kaondera. You understand? Mary ane zvinhu zvake zvanoziva iye where it started. You understand? Handiti kutaura zvakawanda ndati ndaisiye matambo. Izvozvo zvandinoziva ngazvigare muchifuva changu. Handisi mukadzi waChiwenga, handisi mukadzi waMary. Let me rest that one. Because zvinenge zviri mubox mangu. Me and Ernest, we agreed. Don't say. Yes, it's because of this. So, on my side, please, Mr. Chikan, Gaisi Matam, let's move on with what we're trying to create. And I'm against the what it is at Tono Fugura Munwati no Funga Kutangaita president. Why tichida kuyera nyoka negavi iyo iripo? Gezana chiwanda ndiwo nyoka at the moment. Ngati tamba nadzo imo. Tiwone how far do we go? Simba kune zvinhu zvakawanda zvakakanganisika. Isu mandevere, isu ma-ex-combatants, takajoina ZANU tanzi huyai, takuita unit. We were fooled. We went there. I worked in ZANU PF for 6 years. Ini pano ndichirana security yamugabe yezanu mapurisa esari. What did I get? Nothing. Kuna vana vakarara mumasango, you are talking zvimwe zvinoita kunge vari kurova imbwa vakaviga mpini. Vana vaya maparents avo, when they told kuti vana vakafamba sei, nothing. Makuva zvakangotsakatika. And parents are still confused even today. Zvinhu zvinofanira kuadreswa nevanhu vanoziva kuti what happened. I'm sorry, thank you, Simba. Datenda kuti wandipa chance yeku explain something. Thank you very much, my brother.
Oh, thank you very much. Do you think, Comrade Ngwenya, you could possibly communicate to the High Command that they need to do something about this Mary Chiwenga thing? Because it's inconsistent with the dictates of Mao's teachings.
I'll try. I'll try my best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because because people feel.
I'll try.
And you know what? And let me finish here, just so that you know, Comrade Ngwenya, the same MNANGAGWA that you are saying that you want to remove. If you didn't know, he is the one who actually made Chiwenga to believe that Mary did this in an intelligence operation. That is, yeah. So let me finish. It's an intelligence operation that is similar to the one that he has been doing since 1977. It is to discredit you. It is to destroy you, so that you get preoccupied killing your own wife, the mother of your own kids, and you will never see. Like right now, it's taken you folks nearly 50 years, half a century to discover. I mean, yes, you knew about it, but for you to fully assert that MNANGAGWA is a Rhodesia Special Branch operator, right? It's taking you this long. I knew it in 2011. I'm way younger than you, right? Hold on there. No, but you allowed it. You allowed it. You would have screamed. The same way you have called me today, you would have called me in 2017, Comrade Ngwenya, when just before the coup, so that we can run programs here to discredit. You're only calling now. You would have called me even in 2018 before the elections. You would have called me into that. What I'm trying to say is, if you knew, hold on here. Let me tell you something, Comrade Ngwenya. Do you know who used to call me? In 2011, Rhodesia Special Branch operatives, including Dan Stannard, the one who trained MNANGAGWA. Do you know why? They wanted to expose this. And that is why, if you check my content, I've actually been very clear on that. That MNANGAGWA cannot lead even a village, because he himself is an operative. He's a double agent. He's not credible at all. And so my point is, Comrade Ngwenya, no, it's not about being trained. Even if he was trained, you can be trained. But if you are a double agent, you should not be allowed to lead anything at any time. Okay. And he was a prisoner during Rhodesia, and he struck a deal with the Rhodesia Special Branch. So he would pose as if he was a liberator. And that is how they deployed him to Zambia. So my point is this: there's a role to play, and thank you for making this phone call. There is a role to play, isn't there? But mainly, Comrade Ngwenya, your leader, Chiwenga Akatambwa, he was played. His brain was played. On marriage, if there's anything that discredits him, right? Talk about Gukura Wundi, talk about this and that and all these things that people are writing right now. Anything that actually shows him to be a Gukura Hundist, it's on Mary Chiwenga. But he most likely doesn't even know what's going on. But what's happening here? Yes, hold on, Chimanya. So what I'm saying here is this: akatambwa naMnangagwa, he needs to wake up. Munhu ari kudhila naye Mnangagwa kwayo. Ona ndiri kupa a quick example. We're going to go to more people here talking. I'll give you a quick example of how Mnangagwa is playing intelligence operative on you people. And you're not talking about it, my comrade. Right? Last Monday, the other Monday, when Chiwenga was acting president, and there was so much support, army support and public support in the Heroes Acre. I mean, it was massive, correct? It was too clear that the powers have shifted. Do you know what Mnangagwa did, which you folks never did, my war veterans? You never considered? Mnangagwa woke up early in the morning and he dressed in a clean black suit. And he went to State House. Do you know to do what? To stage another fake poison stunt, the same that he did at Gwanda. You remember at Gwanda how he pulled the army to support him? How did he do it? He said, Mugabe has poisoned me. Do you remember? And then the army and everyone said, oh, yeah, it's, right? They want to kill me. They wanted to kill me. It's the same thing that he said in 1977, right? The Rhodesians want to kill me, correct? It's the same trick. And then all of you fell for it. So this time, do you know what he does? Within hours, the very following day, Mnangagwa wakes up and he dresses in a black suit. And then he goes to State House and he brings an armed robber, someone who is on bail for armed robbery, someone who was convicted of fraud, someone proven to be traveling around the country with an unlicensed firearm. He comes with this young man and he portrays him as an inventor of endless electricity, and a car that drives forever, a helicopter that flies forever, a drone that will fly forever. Yeah? But hold on, Comrade Gwenya. Hold on, Comrade Gwenya. And then do you know what he says? And then do you know what he says? And then what he says? He says, this inventor of endless electricity was poisoned. Huh? Can you see that? Can you see that? What I'm saying, Comrade Ngwenya, you were played. You got played. You're getting played the same way you're getting played on Mary Chiwenga, right? You're getting played by Mnangagwa this time. And do you know why Mnangagwa? Do you know why Mnangagwa is allowing Chiwenga? Another reason why Mnangagwa is allowing Chiwenga to kill Mary. Do you know why? Do you know why? You know why? No. It is to destroy Chiwenga's biggest stronghold. Remember, at the coup, the most powerful person in Zimbabwe was Grace Mugabe. It wasn't Mugabe. It was the first lady. No. On the 15th of November, right? The president of Zimbabwe became Constantino Chiwenga on the 15th of November, from that day after SB Moyo, right? So the strongest person in Zimbabwe was Mary Chiwenga. So powers shifted from Grace Mugabe to Mary Chiwenga. Are you getting it? So Mary was the first lady. The real first lady of Zimbabwe is Mary Chiwenga. So the same way that Mnangagwa made Mugabe to distrust Grace Mugabe so that Mnangagwa would destroy Mugabe, this time he makes Chiwenga also distrust Mary. So that, guess what? Yeah. So that the same way he put out Mugabe, he'll put out Chiwenga. And after that, we will rule forever. It won't be 2030. It will be 2033. It will be 2038. And not after that, it will be 2043. And the Shumba clan will be running your lives. Why? Because Comrade Ngwenya, you folks, right? But don't you agree with me that you need to expand your intelligence? This is basic detail that is out there, comrade, right? Because real power is not in the gun. Yeah, Comrade Ngwenya, real power is not in the gun. I'm with you there. But do you agree, Comrade Ngwenya, real power is not in the gun. It's in intelligence. Do you agree? It's in accurate data.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
Let me say something. People are listening. They want to chip in.
Sure.
Simba, do you know if this situation which is in Zimbabwe right now, if they do not remove Mnangagwa now, there will be more bloodshed than the time Yatakange Tripu Wondo, and put it in your right hand so that you remember it every day, what Miss Ngwenya said. He should go. There's no one of him, his crew, even Ababanachi, Bio, and whatever. They should just take and go. Get it from me. If they don't remove him today or any other next week, there will be more bloodshed than ever.
But
the comrades, they know that. That's why they are now saying, Apasina withdrawal, Zwakatorongwa, Zwakatopana, it's a way forward to take that guy out.
Don't you think also in that same light, Comrade Ngwenya, that if we don't remove the MNANGAGWA character in us, there will be way more bloodshed. Even if the real MNANGAGWA is gone, there will be more confusion and bloodshed around us. No, hold on, we're dealing with country issues here. Hold on, comrade. Hold on. Right. Murupona say, Comrade Ngwenya, if we don't remove the MNANGAGWA in us, it's the same way that was said in 2017. If you check my commentaries, if we don't remove the Mugabe in us, there'll be more confusion and destruction. And that is exactly what has happened now, 7 years later. We're still stuck in a worse situation than we were on Mugabe. So what I'm saying is here, Pane Hunu, there is a character, there's a behavior in us here, a MNANGAGWA behavior that we still have, even after we've removed MNANGAGWA physically, right? The people, right? They'll still be stuck by MNANGAGWA. Look at, and I'm going to use a quick comparison here so that we're doing nation building sort of kind of discussions. A comparator is Xi Jinping in China, for example, right? Do you ever hear any such talk every time fighting? Do you hear the Chinese doing this? No. Do you see Xi Jinping flying around, driving expensive cars, wearing expensive shoes and all sorts? No. Xi Jinping is, most of the time he spends his time in China, busy building his economy. So my point is, the Chinese have dealt with their own barbarism and they've developed. Now they are now a superpower, right? Isusu were still stuck, caught between Chiwenga and MNANGAGWA and Chamisa.
Do you know what I'm in support of Chamisa since he started this thing?
Right.
I was not in support of Changirai. Only what I do disagree with Chamisa. Where are we going to get Chamisa? Because we're not even seeing him. I'm Twitter, I'm not educated. And it was really good Twitter chi. So, inini manje ndoonekwa ndakasimudza maoko angu maviri ndichiti ndiri kutsvaga Twitter yekuti ndione Chamisa. What does that mean? Izvozvo zvauri kutaura, you are right, sir. Kunofana kubviswa karopanyana kaya kakanamira muchiropa kegreen kekuti ngangagwa kanofana kuitwa clear. Because what is supposed to happen when they kick this guy out, a new leg must come in, and that leg, we are in a X, remove everything is really dirty, cut it out, and then we have new people. If it means whoever my party asina basa boishwa two kuti vafome something chiri tangible muZimbabwe. Let's do it. Zvatisingatende zvokuti tione vana vaMNANGAGWA nemukadzi wake vachidhonza vanhu mino. It will never happen, sir. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Comrade Ngwenya, thank you very much.
It's okay, sir.
Right, thank you. It's been great. Let's connect, please. Text me your name so that we can talk more, because I think we have a lot to talk about here. We've got a lot to chit chat about here.
Okay, dear. Thank you. I'll text you my number.
Cheers. Okay, right. Sorry, of yours, Vinicius. We got distracted there by a caller. Let's move to Marcy. Marcy, good morning.
Good morning, Simba, and speakers and listeners.
Hi, Marcy.
Sometimes it becomes very frustrating. As Zimbabwean jail, it starts to sound like a Hollywood movie, Netflix and chill. And the lack of wanting to hear another person. And yet what we are saying is this will require a consensus of thought and action. But there's disregard for what other people are saying. But you're wanting them to join join hands with you. So we push our agendas aggressively on other people. Then when we don't agree, we shame them. I mean, the treatment of two boys' opinion, the deliberate disregard for what he's saying and picking one aspect of what he said, and then at the same time saying he's entitled to that opinion after insulting him for it. I don't understand. And then this whole personalizing the Zimbabwean struggle, the Zimbabwean oppression. Zimbabwean people's oppression is being represented by individuals who have been oppressed by individuals. I don't know how that is going to motivate my gogo in Dibutibu. She knows her experience, what her village went through, what she experiences every day. But now she has to be told conspiracy theories about a woman. She has to be introduced to marry, introduced to... No one talks about the Zimbabwean people. It's personalities and famous people who have been harmed. And there's an entitlement to these people. Chiwenga is now entitled to leadership of Zimbabwe because he participated in a coup. We must fight for it because it's an entitlement. There's a disregard that after a coup there was an election. So we're supposed to ignore that period and only say we are here where we are because of the coup. After a coup there was elections. When we had those elections between Emmerson Mnangagwa and Chiwenga, they changed the constitution. Constitutional amendment number 2, which took away the running mate clause, which Chiwenga could have fought. That is personal. To be allowed to come before the Zimbabwean people, and we would know if he is a favorite. He sat there and agreed. So, which gentleman's agreement are we supposed to now have precedence on? Was he not there in Constitutional Amendment number 2? He was agreeing that they will, and it's a right that was taken from other political parties to also present their running mate. And Zimbabweans would have known the succession issue wouldn't be a problem. Chamisa would have also run with the running mate, which meant that in the event that he is no longer president, we would have had a national vote that shows what is the running mate of the opposition. Chiwenga had said and agreed that removal. So ZANU-PF is now playing as a fool. They present COP, bad COP before us for their succession plan. They did not want the nation to vote on that. They want opinions, emotional blackmailing, collusion for decisions to be made. Yet Zimbabwean people had put in their constitution. We are supposed to know at each turn, this is the leader, their running mate, favorite is this one. What is the favor by the Zimbabwean people? Now we are supposed to dream how favorable Chiwenga is. We have to be convinced by people's stories of how popular he is. There was a vote he could have participated in, an election. By now we wouldn't be dreaming whether Chiwenga is favored or not. Then the revisionist history. We have to take Chiwenga based on what him and his personal life have been doing, not what he has done to the nation. Chiwenga wasn't he the same person who prevented doctors and nurses to go and protest for your safety, health safety? The conditions in which they work, the provisions that they have in order to treat you to health, the remuneration for the pay that they get, He prevented protests. He is a hater of protests. Those people were paraded before the nation to come and apologize. Doctors knelt in front of the nation, apologizing that they had stood for the nation and reported on the state of our healthcare. And him, as the Minister of Health, chastised them, embarrassed them, shamed them, and prevented you to have a voice that spoke for things that would save your lives. He did not transform the healthcare system. Never mind the healthcare he's denied Mary. The healthcare he denied the citizens of Zimbabwe entirely. When their professionals stood and spoke about stuff that kills people, we don't talk about that. We talk about the singular personal life that he has prevented from accessing healthcare. Yet the very same person prevented the entire nation. Then he presided over a ministry that stole money, your money, during a time when your lives globally were at a risk. You don't talk about that. Because now we have to personalize Chiwenga. Start a history of Chiwenga in 2018. I'm disappointed also by the comrade who says she is zebra and then speaks about the relationship she has with Chiwenga. Chiwenga was commander in 1st Brigade. The same one that went and confiscated records from ZAPU that had all the names and villages of where comrades come from so that they can attend to their homes and do the untold damage that happened in those regions. Chiwenga was there. Chiwenga, General Chinenge, the man who has become Machiavellian, who changes names as and when to hide histories of what he has participated. Let's move on to what this man has done to the nation. Marange, 15 million, Damo, 15 billion that disappeared from people. That's money. Let's talk about the lives in that region. Chiwenga was the guy responsible for sending the military into Marange. He is the same guy who now has businesses. Talk about theft. Kivayomfana to what Chiwenga has done. He also is the man who created the security company that set itself up after the region was considered to be blood diamonds. ZDF. The amount of money that Chiwenga and the death of soldiers in the DRC that were doing personal business to secure their mines and their loot. But they were extracted from our Zimbabwe. How many families lost their husbands, sons, uncles? That is the same Chiwenga. You talk about grand theft. Let's talk about his trips. That when we keep feigning that Chiwenga and MNANGAGWA are having problems in the camp, which vice president has been given access to deals, contracts, tenders, international? Who goes before MNANGAGWA, before deals are signed, to generate those deals? General Chiwenga. Iran. Do you know what is mined in Zimbabwe on behalf of Iran? Do you receive revenue for that? No, you don't. Because we are here to make Chiwenga's history sanitized so that he is presented as ZANU-PF's second choice when ZANU-PF prevented the people of Zimbabwe to clearly state whether he is a choice or not. Iran, let's go to Belarus. Who was in Belarus before Emerson Mnangagwa and Auxilia and her son went there to cultivate the deals? Do you talk about the grand theft that Chiwenga is doing with the Mnangagwa family? No, you don't. Who is in China developing all the deals? companies that you are saying are doing grand theft, it's Chiwenga who goes first. Our vehicles stuck by European sanctions. Who was it? The helicopters that have never flown anybody to receive healthcare. Who is involved in that? The ambulances from India. Who did that? Have you ever been carried by those ambulances? That's Chiwenga. He is part and parcel of ZANU-PF. And it is ZANU-PF that is playing a trick on Zimbabwean people by presenting good cop, bad cop. Chiwenga is your good cop. They are sanitizing his history. They are sanitizing his participation in the grand theft of Zimbabwe by just not talking about what he is doing. He is also the one removing liberties for Zimbabwean people to exercise their right to protest.
There's no acrimony.
That is Chiwenga. Ever since he stopped the nurses and doctors, have you seen, and has your healthcare improved since he stopped them protesting? The ultimatums that he gave them, the threats to their livelihoods, what was he threatening? Just their pay or your health? So, let's not be revisionist of our history and our lived experience. Desperation should not be how we make choices in our country. Forcing communities that have been victimized by a person to now be silenced so that you can make a choice because you've not been impacted by that person is the same reason we chose Emerson Mnangagwa. We silenced communities that had spoken about his genocidal tendencies. They had no voice because the whole of the Zimbabwean population was now saying, give him a chance. Give him a chance from what? From the atrocities he had done to them. Now, if they had not agreed, you would have accused them of not being forgiving. Yet Robert Mugabe was telling you the one person who never forgives is Emerson Mnangagwa. But he solicits for your forgiveness. And right now, that's what they're doing with Chiwenga. They are soliciting that you must forgive. Yet they've not given you an opportunity to seek compensation, to seek recognition of your pain. What has Chiwenga borrowed into the peace and reconciliation? Nothing. Has he stood up and spoke about the atrocities of the men who he sits next to? No. Then we are supposed to suppose what Chiwenga must be upset about that it is doing to him. We are creating what Chiwenga should be upset. He is not upset with Mnangagwa. That's why he's not expressing an upset. You cannot be upset on his behalf and want him to react to what you want him to be upset about when he is not upset. He had a second gentleman's agreement with Emerson Mnangagwa, and it is expressed in ink in the constitutional amendment number 2. That is the most clearly public declaration of a gentleman's agreement. We do not have to suppose a secret one when we were not there. They agreed as gentlemen. I will not contest your power. I will not stand in front of people and seek for them to choose who is popular between me and you. That is the removal of the running mate clause. Now you are asking the same Chiwenga to come and show up in front of his superior that he agreed that he will not disturb his term. He is following the inked gentleman's agreement that found itself into your book of the supreme book of your country. You did not contest that. You did not stand up and say, gentleman's agreement, why are you agreeing your men to silence you? No. Read Constitutional Amendment number 2. It explains to you why Chiwenga will not be doing what you are asking him to do, because it is how they have agreed to run this administration. You can feign whatever you want to feign, But this constant emotionally blackmailing Zimbabwean people to choose Mondi, to choose people that have harmed them, to say this is the only choices we have. No, we have another choice. The choice is for Zimbabwean people to embolden each other, to use their strength as a collective, leader or no leader, to go and express what is right, not to be forced to say, I support Ningi. No, we should support our right to freedom, our right to safety, our right to self-determine, not for others to determine for us, and that be the only choice. The comrade who was here knows that they continued the liberation struggle with all their leaders in prison. We do not have to wait for Chamisa. We do not have to wait for Gaza. We do not have to worry whether Chiwenga will react or not react. What the Zimbabwean people must go on the street and represent is their lived experience, not the lived experiences of what happens in the bedrooms of individuals in power, what happens in the boardrooms, what happens in the secret meetings. What is happening to Zimbabwean people publicly is that the choices of people you are saying we should choose have been part and parcel of the grand theft that has happened in our lives. Chiwenga included, no matter how much you sanitize him, he is responsible for the untold death that happened in Marangi, the returned soldiers of DRC, the communities in Matebeleland that lost their families, the health care of Zimbabwe that continuously was stolen from during the most dire period of Zimbabwe, the equipment that he brings to Zimbabwe that goes into private enterprise and has never helped a citizen of Zimbabwe. That is the General Chiwenga you are sanitizing, whose war credentials are also another case of stolen valor based on his change of name, based on a party that wants to elevate him into positions by coaching Zimbabwean citizens to revise their history. All of us here do not need specific war veterans to come and teach us what happened during the war. We live with them in our homes. The history of what happened in the liberation is told in our homes by members of our family who participated in the liberation struggle. We do not have to be revised history by a media that is bought, an institution of ZANU-PF that is consistently furthering narratives that conflict the ones of our freedom fighters who live in our homes. The voices of the war veterans that is being presented to us is the voice of the war veterans that belong to ZANU-PF. It is not representative of the war veterans in the many associations that the ZANU-PF has pushed them out to, whilst it recreates war veterans and then bolsters them when their numbers reduce by adding the children of war veterans, the whatever of war veterans, because the ones that they've commandeered into their party consistently die. And when those numbers depreciate, they add children of. So let us be very careful. War veterans do not have monopoly.
I'm going to ask you to land, Marcy, so that we can get the next. Yeah. Otherwise, it might end up ending up being a monologue. Thanks.
Okay. There is nobody who has the monopoly of what Zimbabwean people must choose or what the options are. Zimbabwean people can self-determine what their options are, not to always be presented. We are not writing a multiple choice question and answer test. We know what must be done. Zimbabwean people must go out and they must represent what is right, not choose from a tick box exercise.
Well, thank you very much.
That would be my opinion. But you shame Tuboy for his opinion, then also be proponents of democracy. It's shameful.
Right. I don't know if Chimama wants to respond to that. I think she's lifted her hand. I wanted to move to same T Masens. Masendeke, are you there? Masendeke, are you there? Masendeke, we are waiting on you. Okay, until Masendeke comes in, let's bounce back to Chimama. Chimama, I think you're the one that you want to say something quickly.
Sorry, thanks so much. I
just make it short and sweet, 30 seconds, so that we can get the next person in.
Come on, 30 seconds. I would rather be quiet for now.
No, but there's something that was said about Two Boy, because you.
No. I didn't hear Masi's submission. I've just come into the audience now, onto the platform of my speakers.
Oh, you've just come.
I'm part of Masi's submission, and I just really wanted to make my own submission based on what I've heard Masi saying, in terms of, like, we are trying to sanitize Chiwenga, right? So everyone, when there was Operation Restore Legacy.
Okay, so give us 2 minutes, and then the next person is going to be Masendeke.
2 minutes will do.
Thank you.
So everyone rallied behind Masoja, and everyone akapiga ananzani murumoyo Chiwenga. And then now, for us to discredit the same person, watakati Susu Chiwenga, yes, at the same Mugabe, we wanted Mugabe to go. And we are blaming Chiwenga now to walk around this MNANGAGWA, this monster. What remedy besides Chiwenga do we have to remove MNANGAGWA? They are complaining about the war vets, they are complaining about Chiwenga himself. What remedy is it there that you're going to show us? And guess what? They are going ahead telling the people, the rest of the Zimbabweans are supporting 2030. They are saying ED must proceed. And then here we are coming together and just blaming Chiwenga. Once you are 2030, oil my grocery, oil man. We're saying that 2030 kuna ED MNANGAGWA. So what option do we have? But organized where? What strategy do we have to remove this monster here? Even that's why it takes Chiwenga to remove ED. When Masi, I was quiet when you were submitting. No, but you're when I've been given 2 minutes, Masi, I've been given 2 minutes. You're gonna speak after 2 minutes, please. So I think it makes sense. He must go for now. Thank you very much.
So my disagreement with how Two Boy was treated by saying he is waiting for Chamisa is it. You're also.
No, I didn't say that. That was not my submission. I didn't say
there
that.
was a guy who insulted Two Boy, right? And I think.
But can I ask you, if that guy is not there, why are we talking about Two Boy submission? Let's talk about a solution of how to remove ED without Chiwenga. How do we remove ED without Chiwenga? Solution.
The ones who are propping up Chiwenga are also waiting for Chiwenga because there is no Chiwenga who has mobilized people.
Bro, my sister, how can we remove ED without Chiwenga?
So people have the right to wait for whoever is also not speaking because Chiwenga is also not mobilizing people.
Are you guys a solution? I'm a solution, Masi.
No,
how can we remove ED in 2 minutes? How can we remove ED as the citizens? Then we leave Chiwenga. What is the solution?
That you chose to ignore what I said. I said the people of Zimbabwe must mobilize themselves. Whether they have a leader or not, I even gave an example and said the comrade who was here, they mobilized themselves when their leaders were in prison for 10 years, 8 years, 7 years. We are talking about a person who's just been absent for less than a year. And yet people were able to mobilize themselves and with leaders in prisons for 10 years. Chiwenga is not mobilizing people. Yet there are people who are
I want this conversation to be progressive. I want conversation to be progressive. Let's not blame anyone right now. Let's talk about mobilizing. Let's move around.
You don't change the agenda of what was being spoken about. I am responding to what was said. If you had solutions, you presented them. And we are saying the choices you gave people are not choices. You cannot tell us that the choice is between Chiwenga when Chiwenga has not presented you with that option. You are creating the option on behalf of Chiwenga.
So, okay, let me agree with you for the sake of progress. Let me agree with you for the sake of progress, Mercy. In your view, you are saying the people of Zimbabwe must take to the streets. We are all in the diaspora. How are you going to organize that on the ground in Zimbabwe? Tell me.
Same way that most protests have been organized by people in the diaspora.
You know that.
We are doing it every day. We are doing it every day. Why didn't you speak? Monzora is an anti-2030. Zapu is
Monzora is not going to run behind Monzora. Let's be realistic.
Constantly in press conferences. There are already prisoners, political prisoners in Bulawayo, in Beitbridge, in Binga. So the anti-2030 is happening on the ground. It is also being spoken for by people in the diaspora. We can do
it. Needs coordination, Marcy. It needs realistic coordination. Are you guys I tell you what is going to happen. ED is going to go ahead and amend the constitution.
And this kind of thing are not at odds. They signed into the constitutional book what they are
constitution what constitution do we refer
to? We did not witness this gentleman's agreement you spoke about, but the one we witness every day is written in ink in our constitution. Anybody can download that and see.
And you believe that? You believe that?
But you would rather
you of all people.
You would rather believe something you are telling us that was only witnessed by dead people, and you would not believe the thing that is written by something you can see in front of you.
And since when does this government adhere to the constitution? Since when?
And reality.
Since when does the government of Egypt adhere to the constitution? That's what I'm saying.
Can't tell us what happened behind closed doors with people who are dead, and yet
it's history, whether you like it or not, it's there. The gentleman's agreement is there.
The constitution
of the
it's there. It tells you what Chiwenga's reaction should be. Stand down. Do not outsmart your leader. It tells you that. That's what constitutional amendment number 2 tells you.
Handina izvozvo ine tichangoona ed ngatonge 2030 so that winner. Takunyarara isusu takuregedza ed oamenda constitution. We are going to be quiet and we allow nature to take its course.
The people.
Because
you are disempowering people by telling them that
people are raised on the ground, but you are in the UK. Except talking on spaces.
Can I ask something? Can I?
Is here and he's an anti-2030. He's our leader. He's congregated us here. Why do you need me? Simba is here.
You are rubbishing my submission. That's why it's out.
Okay? 2030. I think Chimama are right, Pakuti. It takes ZANU-PF. It's a ZANU-PF. That is a fact that we cannot run away from. Apana Chamisa can have a massive following, but Pinde pa utungamiri weZimbabwe, we have to be realistic. The only person that a chance kupinda papa Chiwenga. The fact yekuti tikakwanisa ngobvisa kubreaka that cycle yekuti our leaders go on and on vachilida. That would set a precedent yekuti even Chiwenga akazotry kuda kuita the same, I know people will stop him. That's a good start. You can never ever in Zimbabwe, you will not rule Zimbabwe usina kumboita a war veteran. That's impossible for the foreseeable future. We have to be realistic. So at the moment, any strong chance yekutonga Zimbabwe ichiwenga. Tarisai zvakaitika kuMozambique. They shouted and shouted, but the guys were kutonga still. So we have to be realistic. Ngatisapotei vanhu vari kuita noise. Let's not let's support what they are saying. At least they are saying the right. They are making the right noises. That's all I can say.
Right. Is the call though by Vanamasi for pluralism, for democracy of democratic conversation, is that bad? Number one. Number two, the outcry by those in the pro-Chamisa camp, who are the majority in this country, that what you folks are trying to do at present to get MNANGAGWA out and put Chiwenga could in fact be a violation of human rights itself. Like you are just there to perpetuate more violations of human rights. You're not addressing anything. You are just in an operation where you are revolting against something that you are just personally or in your small clique of people opposing, but nothing to do with real restoration of the rule of law in the country. Is that bad for people to say, look, the same way we protested against MNANGAGWA, we're also protesting against you because you are actually trying to commit more human rights abuses? Because if you were genuinely seeking to stop MNANGAGWA, you would want to stop MNANGAGWA regime. So stop everything. Sit down here on a table. You don't have soldiers, you don't have this, and you don't even have a party. But we recognize that you are a leader in this country. In the same way that you sit down with a chief who leads barely 500 people, you can sit down with that young man and you charter a new country. Are you willing to do that? What people did in Zambia, what people did in Botswana and other countries. Yeah. Shoot, yeah. Come back.
The only way that we can move forward as a country is by having something to get to South Africa, reconciliation. That's the beginning. That's the first thing that we need to do. Then we need to look past Chiwenga is not perfect. Chamisa is not perfect. So what we are looking at, what we need to be looking at is to bring our leaders together. If we can start on a new slate and have Chamisa and Chiwenga maybe on a power sharing basis running Zimbabwe, that's a start. it's easy for people to say here, oh, we want to, but you have to remember that ZANU-PF has been running Zimbabwe for the past 40 years. Most of the business success.
Did you say running or running down Zimbabwe?
Both, but you have to remember that most of the people, successful business people in Zimbabwe, well connected, are linked to ZANU-PF. So you can't decide to run away from ZANU-PF in a very short space of time. This is something that we have to do gradually. I understand where Cisco is not wrong. Yes, I would want what she wants, what she desires as well, but it's impossible. It's impossible. History of Zimbabwe. Hello?
Yes, let's go ahead.
History, if you look at the successful leaders that we've had, they've always come from the liberational movements. Even Vanangomo, the good ones. Vanhu vakabva liberation movements. Vanachangrai didn't go to war, but they were in the liberation movements.
Right. You just yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Can we shift also to Jemama? Jemama, shoot.
So there's feedback from one of the mics.
Can you mute, please?
Phone, Simba.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So, Guerrero, I want what's good for Zimbabwe. We are so tired. Nekugara ku diaspora. South Africa is going to be hit by sanctions. I'm in SA now. We want to come back home. Saka kana asina kana chinhu chiwenga ndiye ari kufanira kudisaidi. And I am privileged to know kuti Chiwenga is willing to work with Chamisa. They're going to resuscitate the Prime Minister's desk. Chamisa should now say, okay, education, I've got these people who are going to we are not going to defend sake, we are not going to finance, I've got this one, Kwakata, I've got this one. They've already had conversations with Chamisa. So because in Zimbabwe ended forward, the only problem or the only challenge that we have is that we have another playbook. Yakafanana ya ET ya 2030, where ED takes Charangu and the Banabashman move, and then they go to pre-cap plan, and then they say, look, we are endorsing you for 2030. So Chiwenga is coming in and creating the same 2030 but including Chamisa, not Charangu. It's exactly the same thing. And why I'm talking like this, it's difficult to uproot this system. In as much as we would want to democracy, for instance, Mugabe, when he left, it was a coup. There was a gun to his head, and he had to resign. That was a coup. So we can't now, in this day and age, talk of constitutionalism when we know that Charangu and we did nothing about it. When we know that Job Sikala was arrested with no charge, which is against the constitution, we did nothing about it. So now when we are discussing, the constitution, we are in a banana republic. Constitution is changing. Yes, nobody whether we like it or not, with a few people. So now, how long is it going to take us to get to freedom? 10 years, 20 years, I am tired. I just want Zimbabweans to get along like a house on fire and we move forward with our country. And like you said, Chamisa is not perfect. MNANGAGWA is not perfect. Chiwenga is not perfect. It's funny how people want to discredit Chiwenga now. And yet the father of Kukura is MNANGAGWA. We've had him all along when like I celebrate Zimbabwe is open for business without even thinking about the Kukura issue. Now we are saying Chiwenga and Jewa are next in line. But in other words, you were saying the option that we have, we're just going to take ED in the 2030. And I'm not going to do that.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, but the father of the 3 kids who are suffering ongoing Gukurahundi here, being blocked, and while also they're seeing their own mother's body parts fall apart, fall down, is Constantino Chiwenga. And someone,
But Simba, that's not fair.
some,
You're pushing your
what
own
what is
narrative.
what
You're
is
the
not fair?
host, right?
This is
You are the
happening.
host, but
No,
other viewers,
This is what is not
It's not
fair,
fair.
but it is the truth. It
You
is
are saying-
real
you are
news.
saying-
Gukurahundi, the Gukurahundi that you're talking about happened 30 years ago, but there is ongoing Gukurahundi right now.
Just wait. Host, please wait. You are saying Chiwenga ndiari kudimbura mabody parts ameri.
Yes.
Do you know kuti kesi ameri they are 2019 and we are in 2025. Before atanga kuita ma problems ekuti arakuda kuva hospitalizing everything. Aienda achitofamba ega. But inyaya yanga ichingopostponwa, malawyers akachipostpona and so on.
Chimama. Simba. Iwewe zvauri kutaura iwewe handiti. Handiri kutaura zvaMary Chiwenga handiti.
No, handitaura zvaMary Chiwenga.
Wait.
I'm talking about Constantino Chiwenga's own kids. I'm not talking about Mary. Right? Hold on here. She says that Chiwenga must lead Zimbabwe. And I'm simply saying here, before he leads Zimbabwe, he needs to demonstrate that he can lead the 3 kids. There's someone who's got to mute, please. Mute, please. Okay. I think Gwere, Zulu, can you mute, please? Okay, I think when Zulu mutes, then I think there's no feedback. So what I was saying here is this: is simple, that before Chiwenga leads a country of people, he needs to first lead those 3 kids to their mother, to go and see their mother, even for 5 minutes. Sure that he can lead at least 3 kids. To think about me when I was growing up and me not getting access to my mother. It doesn't matter how ugly or how horrible my mother is. She remains my mother. And you're blocked from seeing your own mother. And by the way, this is not the first child who is being blocked from their mother. There's another child who's called Blessing Chiwenga. And he has already he's an older son from another mother from the 80s. He published that even he himself accuses his father of abuses that, of course, we were not there, but he has published these before. So my point is, before Chiwenga leads a country of 16 million, I think is it 17 million people now, he needs to lead those 3 kids to go and see their mother. And that is the point I was saying, that Chiwenga Mnangagwa might be the godfather of Gukurahundi, but Chiwenga is the father of those 3 kids who are suffering another Gukurahundi, right, of a victim, hold on, of a mother who was bombed right there in Bulawayo. Right, no, it's because of Zulu. It's because of Zulu.
You got 2 phones.
No.
You have 2 phones.
No, it's Zulu.
Coming from the other handle.
There's no more echo now, right? So it's because of Zulu.
Okay,
so whenever Zulu opens, then there will be an echo. So what I was saying here, you're describing Mnangagwa as the godfather of Gukurahundi, but here you are. You've got Chiwenga himself, who is the father of 3 kids who are suffering another Gukurahundi, and they cannot have access to their own mother for 6 years, and they're watching their mother's body parts falling apart. Every year, Mary's body parts are falling, and the whole country as well, right? But hear me, Mary, their mother, is also a woman who was bombed right there in Bulawayo, where Gukurahundi happened. So isn't that too ironic, too clear, too visual, surely, that for someone to ask for people to to accept Chiwenga as a leader, right? Without telling him, Chiwenga Wachoye himself, to behave like a leader of his own 3 kids first, right? Marcy, shoot. Marcy's left. Yeah, Marcy Ndianga, sir.
You open your mic and you cause Simba's mic to do the echo. It's Rising Sun who's doing that. It's not that you have 2 devices. So this is the issue. And the duplicity of what is happening, which is what I am saying, is the other group of people are trying to manufacture the consent of Zimbabwean people by being revisionist to history and being revisionist of the present day. And that's why they block you to say, don't do that. They call it discrediting Chiwenga, putting facts on the table. So they want Zimbabwean people to make choices based on limited information, withheld information. If this man is doing what you're saying he's doing, why is he doing it privately? If you want the consent of Zimbabwean people, he is the one who should do it. Is he the leader or you are his leaders? Where is he showing this leadership? If he is having backdoor conversations with the opposition, we should see him engaging them. We should see him calling for them. We should see him going out of buildings with them. So again, we are made to believe clandestine things that go into the annals of conspiracy. And that is the leadership people want. Leaders who only a select population of Zimbabwe is aware of information. Then the rest must believe them. Chiwenga has the power and the authority to come out and exist in the Zimbabwe that he wants and profess the Zimbabwe. ZANU-PF has commandeered ZBC. Chiwenga has access to it. He stands in podiums. If these are his opinions of where Zimbabwe should go, we should hear him say those things. Right? This is where I have an issue of Zimbabwean people always doing the Chinese whisper. We live in a population of people who say what is happening behind. That's not a country. We live in paranoia. That's not how we want to live. We want leaders who come out and exist in the values and principles, not for other people to sell us what these people believe privately. If he indeed has been talking to Chamisa, let's see Chamisa talk about it. Or himself say, I have done this. And then let's see if Chamisa doesn't deny it, then we can say it's the truth. Let him say it. But what we can't have is for Zimbabwean people, where is there a group of where Chiwenga speaks? And then when he has the national mic, he doesn't say those things. It doesn't make sense. So let us be very clear. If Chiwenga is able to do a coup on MNANGAGWA, just to do a coup with the power that you have. But what you are showing us is that his power is also dependent on the Zimbabwean population's buy-in, which means the Zimbabwean people must be told about this power that they have to authenticate coups. Now they have to leverage that power. They cannot just give it on undeclared things, clandestine things, hidden things, which means a coup in Zimbabwe needs Zimbabwean people's buy-in. If he has the power for military, you don't need people who stay in our houses. Them and the military go and take out MNANGAGWA. Just take him out. But if you require the people of Zimbabwe, last time we were done over based on these gentlemen's agreements, these behind the scenes. After a coup, they turned out and said, Chinchedu each, Chinchezanu. And again, the war veterans that have come out are coming out of ZANU-PF's camp. The person that you are choosing to hand over power to is ZANU-PF. what is to say the Zimbabwean people, after borrowing their human capital, will not be told the same thing? So you are now coaching Zimbabwe to accept that ZANU-PF is the only alternative. No, it is not. It is a party that must be told the power of the Zimbabwean people. And if they want it, they must openly declare what is the Zimbabwean people's share. We do not get told by ZANU-PF after we assist it what our stake is. And often the stake, it happened with the Unity Accord that broke down in 2008, that they only brought specific people. They didn't bring the whole entire population. They picked specific people to include into the organogram. Same thing that happened in the unity government, Yamogen Twangirai. Specific people held positions in office. And again, what you are doing now is that gentlemen who agree on positions in governance, that they have come out and told us. The ZAPU crew came out and told us, even though we had positions, we had no power. The group that went in with Twangirai have come out after the effect and told us, even though we had positions, we lacked the power. Now again, you are saying specific people behind the scenes who negotiate positions. No. If the Zimbabwean person's body is needed on the street to authenticate coups, the Zimbabwean person must be told what their stake is. And now we must place our demands. The rule of law, not rule by law. We want freed institutions. We want a country that can move to allowing Zimbabwean people to exercise their rights, not to be subject to ZANU-PF's demands. So, yes, if you want us to join these people, publicly, declaration signed and sealed before the act, enshrined in our constitution and into our institutions. Because at this way, once bitten, twice shy, and in our case, it's more than twice. And each time we have had untold people die after we assist ZANU-PF to hold on to power. So this time, let us have two debates on the ground. We will not be emotionally enticed to save ZANU-PF. Our business as Zimbabwean people is to save our lives, not the institution acronymed ZANU-PF. We are not at the behest of ZANU-PF. And if it means we must stay in the diaspora for long, because even when they've had power, we still look after our relatives. We still have to raise funds to create hospitals, clinics, and everything. So what is it that we are helping ZANU-PF to stay in power for? If again we are going to remain in the diaspora doing the jobs ZANU-PF doesn't want to do. So let us get the agreement free. He wants the Zimbabwean body, and I hope Chamisa at this time, if he wants Chamisa's people, and they are the largest demography of people, he must come correct.
Wow, here we are.
Sorry, can I?
Yeah, here we are. I think, yeah. Let's have you, Venancio. Venancio, come in. Shoot. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you've been trying to speak for an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. So, can you guys hear me? Just to confirm.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so this is easy. I hear what you guys are saying, that we should follow due processes, and the Chiwengas, they should make they should make submissions of whether they're going to be for the people or not. The thing is that we could even participate in that process with all of those submissions, and later on they turn around and they tell us that we have no power to tell them what to do. There's nothing that we can do about it. In this case, it's not really about who is Chiwenga, or it's not really about who is coming to take over ZANU-PF. But in this case is that once Zimbabwe reaches a point of a dynasty where MNANGAGWA feels that he is the ultimate power and no one can remove him, that is far dangerous compared to anything else that we can imagine for now. Listen, guys. you guys are in diaspora, but on the streets in Harare, try to speak to a young man whether they care about these things that are happening at the present moment. They really don't care. But even if we were to consider that point, right, I still remember in 2008, people that were in the street, maybe are going to work or you're coming from work. If you were not joining Sangano or announced, or you're suspected to be an opposition, something of an opposition, it was a forced matter. Now imagine that we leave this battle and they call it a ZANU-PF factionalism battle. And one faction is telling you to join them, and the other faction is telling you to join them, and you have no choice. So I feel like it's better to just pick a faction that is for pro-removal of Idi MNANGAGWA. The worst thing, Idi has shown us his colors and what he's trying to achieve. The worst thing that could happen is actually to let him walk scot-free. And to be honest, as much as there is no one here that is saying that ZANU-PF must lead and other approves anything of that particular sort that is happening. But to be honest, if we are to leave these people, if we are to let them lead us, if we are to let them speak on that, what is this? The Ziambi and the Daniel Garris, if we are to let them, the people that have shown us their true colors, they will become obsolete, like they will feel autonomous totally with the power. And at that point, that would actually bring ruin to us. It's easy for them to influence, like you are speaking for an unled mass demonstration. Okay, let's say that it's given. It's easy for them to actually infiltrate because an unled mass demonstration is not organized. They can buy out people. They've proven that in the past. And even in the opposition, the worst thing, guys, here is my thing. The worst thing that other people did is that people like Pastor Tafuma Nei Messiah and all of those people went out just to campaign on behalf of Triple C. Where is the Triple C now? Triple C turned around and it was sold to ZANU-PF. I do not know for sure whether it was sold or not, everything of that particular sort. But at a point where you actually see that the Triple C is no longer, what is this? The Triple C, those 2 million votes just went away. We saw the split between Monzora. We saw a split with this guy who was once a finance minister. There's always splits and fights within the opposition that is disorganized itself. It leaves the Zimbabwean citizen too desperate. And that's why most of us are now in the diaspora, guys. So we really do not have an option to pick. That's basically what I'm trying to say. We don't have an option. We are optionless.
Right. So just as you land, I want to just summarize. You said that you would rather have a faction that is pushing to remove Emerson Mnangagwa, correct?
100%.
Okay. Why aren't you also calling for? Why aren't you rather calling for a faction that is pushing for a removal of Emerson Mnangagwa's nature, his behavior, Emerson Mnangagwa's character? What I'm saying is there's a difference, isn't there? Hold on. What I'm trying to say is there's a difference, isn't there, between a person, Mnangagwa the person, and Mnangagwa the behavior. What has destroyed Zimbabwe is not Mnangagwa the person. It is Mnangagwarism. What destroyed Zimbabwe? It's Mugaberism, is it not?
ZANU-PF creates these things.
So
the institution is rotten.
So you could remove Mnangagwa today, right? Remove him, Jesena, Auxilia, everything, the whole clan. But the country still goes down a mess. And it's the same thing here. You have got the person that you want to, that this faction is pushing, Chiwenga. He's failing to lead his own kids to go and see their mother. And you're hoping this person is going to be leading a whole country of people. Right, hold on here. Hold on.
You're not asking the relevant question.
Hi, Marcy.
The relevant question is the passion for opposition people to fix ZANU-PF. Why is there no same energy in fixing the opposition? It seems there is so
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. So isn't that duplicitous? Yeah, and isn't that destructive? And the same thing, it's the same thing. Hold on. Number three, the passion to fix industry. Did you hear me? Genuinely fix industry. fix the economy, right, is not there. So you want to remove Mnangagwa today because you're trying to fix an economic problem, right, with using politics, right? Now, why the economy didn't start falling today, right? It didn't start crumbling today. It started way back in 1982, right? 82, 83, with Gukra Hundi and all sorts happening, the economy started going down even further. The famine, everything, the farm invasions, the capturing, also the invasions of businesses. This has been happening for nearly 50 years. So the energy to remove Mnangagwa here seems to be pointed at a person rather than at personality. So what exactly are you going to fix it? What exactly is going to change here? You already have things, the country has just been in a mess. And there's so much to compare Zimbabwe with. There's so much success out there to compare the current ZANU-PF leadership. Their own sister political parties in other countries don't behave like this. China, their biggest political and spiritual partner, don't run their country like that, right? They might not have multi-party democracy, but you know what? They are serious about building their economy, and there is a rule of law, right, to a great degree, way better than it is in Zimbabwe. In China, there is certainty. We're talking about how predictable business environment is in China, in Russia, maybe not in Russia, but definitely in China, right? Even South Africa next door, where there is multi-party politics and governance. You don't have this type of chaos. So are you in any way fixing a country by removing Mnangagwa? Because you are not you don't seem serious, do you, on removing Mnangagwa regime?
Like they're saving ZANU-PF. Because the removal of Emerson Mnangagwa, ZANU-PF has never dispossessed the ex-leaders. Mnangagwa will go with the loot that he has taken. He will hold control of the industries. And all of those, they are infused into. So you remove Mnangagwa as the leader. He continues to hold Zimbabwe's economy at run. You replace him with another man.
Do you
who
then,
right now?
Are you then saying that we should do nothing?
No, I never say that. It's you who keeps telling people I am saying that. And it's suspicious why you keep telling people I'm saying do nothing. When I was very explicit in that this
I could also say that.
No, there's an agenda for you to keep saying I'm saying people should do nothing. I'm sure Zimbabwean people must do nothing. In fact, there was an explicit declaration that the Zimbabwean people must do something. They must stand against 2030 agenda. They must stand against ZANU-PF's rule. Now, they must organize. They must work harder as much as you are working to save ZANU-PF, to restore opposition, to ignite leaders.
I think Mama say that
ZANU-PF
we lost
is not the only party that produces leaders.
Last year.
No. You keep telling our what don't exist in ZANU-PF only. You can excite leaders to lead the opposition who are war veterans. ZAPU has the war veterans, party made up of war veterans. If your solution is Zimbabwe cannot be led by someone with no war credentials, war credentials are full.
No, listen, I'm not the problem you are making, perhaps you thinking that I'm a pro ZANU-PF.
No, but the problem I'm making is you,
however,
pushing an agenda of saying I said do nothing.
Can I respond or speak? At least I'm allowing you. I allowed Simba to speak. And I allowed you guys to speak, but whenever I'm trying to speak, I don't even finish it.
Don't misrepresent. You don't want us to disturb you.
You see, when I'm speaking, you still continue. What I'm trying to say here, it's very easy. What I'm trying to say here is that If you have been on the street in Harare and you spoke to a young man regarding what is happening, to make it in Zimbabwe, you have to mostly focus on your grind or your hustle or anything of that particular sort. They do not consider the political environment that makes things. Guys, we cannot detach I think we had a space at some point here that we cannot detach the economy from politics. Because whatever that is happening, no one would want to invest in Zimbabwe, even build something in Zimbabwe, knowing that can just come here and demand something. And because they've political connection links in ZANU-PF, they can do anything as they please, and probably they face no prosecution. That's the type of environment that you actually live in. Doesn't exist or support any particular type of business. However, at this point here is that the constitution is not being respected. And particularly, it's not because that ZANU-PF just woke up and decided not to respect the constitution. It's because even within ZANU-PF itself, it does not respect its own constitution. That's why you have people like Douglas Mayak speaking up and saying that, hey, listen, if the constitution doesn't say whatever we like, we can actually remove it. Like the other day, I said that the conference of Bulawayo didn't have any legal standing according to even their own constitution to say ED 2030. That was flawed from within. But here is a chance that is presented by ZANU-PF itself. Perhaps it's some sort of a way that is trying to self-correct in a way, and they have a lot of blunders that are in the bag. And I'm not saying that they should be wiped away, but they're maybe trying to self-correct by now recalling their leaderships. Like, we cannot have another person that is trying to lead for 36 years or for even more than a specified term. What I'm saying is that should actually 2030 be MNANGAGWA's wings be clipped now, I think it will introduce a culture at least of succession within ZANU-PF. Maybe if they could get that thing right within ZANU-PF, for me that would be more than welcome. At the current moment, I wish we had like maybe an opposition like that they have down south, like Julius Malema, where he actually speaks something, where people can actually mobilize, where actually people can sing songs. Guys, we like what Chimama said at some point here. 2 million votes, even the rigged ones, were taken away from us. Members of parliament were recalled. Something that is, I would call like that's the biggest disrespect ever, apart from judges being taken. But still, we did nothing. We did nothing completely about it. There was no mobilization. There was nothing, anything of that particular sort. Us in the opposition, when I look and I ask guys like, Chamisa promised that he was going to engage with SADC, with the EU, with the African Union regarding the removal and the Sengezo Shabangu thing. To date, I'm still waiting for Chamisa to address like what happened with
when did he do that?
He did that. I think it was last year. I do have a video recording where you are speaking about we have taken a decision to disengage from Parliament and from Council. What is this? He was gonna engage with other relevant stakeholders. Where he actually specifically mentioned that they have many weaknesses, but mobilizing is not one of their weaknesses. And he was actually making.
So are you supposing that Chamisa has failed in that light?
In that light, guys, I won't lie to you. I think that for me, like, let's say that Zimbabwe, it made it impossible for you. But what about engaging with us? There's a lot of many ways of engaging instead of writing faces. That's what a lot of people do. So Chamisa is
right. What about?
Chiwenga has not engaged you either. And yet you're passionate about
the reason why I am strategically supporting Chiwenga in this case, or strategically supporting Chiwenga in this case. I don't care what has he declared. Okay, listen.
We didn't hear it.
What did he? What is he declared?
What is it you are supporting? Because we need to see
perhaps let me say this, not make speculation. Perhaps let me say this. Let's say each is Geza that between ED and even a donkey, I would support a donkey still. So let's say between ED and Geza, this issue is there, right? And Geza wants to be a president because in Zimbabwe they've proven to be no person that is willing to lead the mass opposition of the people. I would rather support the closest thing that is next to power that can actually topple ED. And actually, it's like you are betting on chicken
something like on your enemies that are fighting. If you kill this one, I'm for you, but we're gonna take you at some point later. That is what we are doing here. But to say that we are probably rallying behind Chiwenga and all of those people were there in 2008 when people were fed to crocodiles. No one came out to say anything. We do not have a short memory. But this for now, is just a matter of saying that, come on, guys. I mean, how long do we have to wait? Do we really have to watch it when it pass through?
Because it's the only person who Geza is the only person who's come out and spoken to the public. And Geza, let's say he belongs to the War Veterans Association. The War Veterans Associations reach out far beyond ZANU-PF. Why are you not saying, let's get the war veterans that come from all walks of life? And then that would make sense, because that is the only person we have seen declare things.
Okay, the question is simple then. Which war veterans have more effect on power? In terms of removing someone who has much more power.
In any communication with Chiwenga, I said no. Why are you putting them together?
Marcy, the question is simple. Let me ask you this. Who is more likely to remove MNANGAGWA between ZANU-PF war veterans and other war veterans? And if your answer is ZANU-PF war veterans, there you have your answer.
No, the people of Zimbabwe's bodies are what gives authority to coups.
And I do not disagree
none
at all.
Of your people will move.
Agree at all. But the people of Zimbabwe are not going to come to the play, unfortunately.
Yes, I will not go on the street without you. Chiwenga will not orchestrate a coup without you. So there's a
100% correct
here.
Ndokumbira kubvunza. Sisi maso vanongoramba vachitaura kuti you matter, we matter. Yes, we know that we matter. Look at what happened to our parliament, right? Someone came in from Norway. Zimbabweans allowed it. Members of parliament that represent you, that you get people that you gave your voice to represent you, were kicked out of parliament. What did you do? Nothing. So if you couldn't do anything back then, what makes you think you have to look at people and look at their habits over time. Vana Zimbabwe, we are very docile. That's a fact. This guy Arutaura, he's saying the truth. Right now, Munani are very close to toppling ED. Is Chiwenga. Therefore, he needs our support. Chamisa, I like the guy, but nature doesn't like. Nature ID fuck you. If you are away for a long time, remember this is about power. If you are away for a long time, someone will come and step in your shoes. Chiwenga is actually taking position in Chamisa slowly. Right now, Zimbabweans are starting to end on the streets right now in Zimbabwe. But Zimbabweans are warming up to Chiwenga because they are so desperate. People are desperate. People cannot, Vashoma are with 3 meals a day. People are wheat. Right. And you guys here, we are talking about Chamisa. The guy has been absent for a long time. Yes, they've made it hard for him to participate. But he's not on the platform at the moment. So when now people are starting to place their hopes in Chiwenga. Like what this guy is saying. We need to stop MNANGAGWA's dynasty. Nenzira dzakasiyana. Kana zvitonzi Chiwenga apinda ngaapinde. And then tozomubvisawo Chiwenga in 10 years or 5 years time. But we need to deal with MNANGAGWA nezvigananda zvake zvana Chivai, people who are stealing millions from vana veZimbabwe. We need to work together. We can't have Chamisa camp. We can't. Let's support people who are against, people who are putting themselves in front. Let's support them. This is the role that you played. That's what we want. We can't be waiting for Chamisa. Chamisa, yes, I like the guy, but right now we need to remove Chiwenga, and we need to remove Mnangagwa. And Chiwenga and Geza are the people who are going to do it with our support. Thank you.
Sorry, Nina, I have to go. But it's you guys who keep making Chamisa the thing. Even if we suggest to you other people to fall behind, you pretend you don't hear that. No matter how many times people tell you there are other people who are anti-2030 who are active, you ignore that. Even if someone says to you, all right, Ana Ostalos Variko,
listen, I'm for Monzora just for that case. Yeah. He came out and said anti-2030, but again, how close is he to power?
Everybody is as close to power as the people of Zimbabwe stand behind that person. And then you can create leverage that you go with ZANU-PF. But if you all pile onto Chiwenga, what is it that you are leveraging? In no problem. If you're already saying, Chiwenga nabo vanhu vacho, oh, well, go tomorrow on the street and do it with those people. And the reason I'm responding to you is because I can see you are soliciting for Chamisa's people to come on board, which means you have a need. Now, in that need, you have to take their demands because it's you who needs them. That's why you are here soliciting for their support and their participation. If your numbers of people who are already in tune with this is enough, take your critical mass. If people are already having a love for Chiwenga, guys, the coup wasn't done with the whole of Zimbabwe. We just had to fill up Harare. Who love him, those guys you are talking about, Ibarimo Street who like him, take them. But as long as you are petitioning the support of other people, learn as Zimbabweans that you are going to have to negotiate so that you leverage power. But if you constantly say, just give your power to this person, it is them who dictate the terms and conditions. Take the little power that you have because it's recognized as necessary. Okay. So what you are going to do, let me finish. What you are going to do is if those people refuse with their power, you are going to okay Anachiwenga to beat the living daylights out of those people till they comply. What you are refusing to do is to negotiate how they bring their support. So you are emboldening your people to do what they always do. Ukaramba, forswa. Learn to talk to people. Chamisa may be absent, but his supporters carry him in their hearts. Talk to them. It is their human capital you need. Negotiate what the terms and conditions are. Because if you don't need their support, they are not stopping you to go and do coups that you love. They are not stopping you from removing ZANU-PF since you say you have support. Use the support you already have to do Zwamunoda. Atinayo power yokukustopai. But as long as you are here to petition for us, let's meet halfway. What do I get out of this? Let it be publicly declared so it cannot be denied publicly. What was declared public becomes a public contract, a social contract that now even the international world will have heard them saying they will judge them on that barometer. But amude, because you are furthering Zanuism. You could listen to my demands. If you do not follow my demands, I'll beat you to submission or force you into submission. That is Tauriran. You need Chamisa's supporters, whether their leader is absent or not. They are carrying him in his heart.
Okay, Mercy, can I just...
Can I say something, please, Venencia? Can I say something?
Okay.
You know, I was in Zim last week. I was in Masvingo. Vanhu vari kuZimbabwe vanotongoita sokutoti havachazivi kuti vari united, they are not disunited. Hakuna campaigning iri kuitwa kuti iyi ndeyachamisa, iyi ndeyani. The only vehicles dziri kupinda mumareserva kunana Chivi kuyoka kunana Mwenezi nechikafu ndidzo ZANU-PF Pro 2030. Mota dzidzi dzaitengwa naChibhayo dzinoenda dzakazadza kurusana. Kuti vanhu vari kuti idi ngachita dynasty 2030 varambe vachitonga. Do you guys understand? Hakuna munhu ari kuti masupporters achamisa musaita izvozvo because ndimi makawanda musatore chikafu. There is no one. People are hungry. They're just taking that food and listening to what these people are saying. We have seen my own veterans pano pa social media mapicture achipostwa vachipiwa cash because people are pushing for the 2030 agenda. Panapa pa platform vazhinji vedu tiri kudiaspora, vazhinji vedu hatisi kuvhota. But zviri paground, nezviri paTwitter space, it's a totally different environment altogether. So for someone kuti aende izvo zvachiti Chamisa ndisu takawanda, that conversation is not there. That conversation happens on spaces only. And I am saying, as Chimama, personally, I would rather, I am agreeing with you, Venancio, I would not allow it in MNANGAGWA to go into a dynasty. Oba afa osira manawati. I don't want that. What alternative do I have? Do I hate Chamisa? Does it make me a person who hates Chamisa? I don't hate Chamisa. I love Chamisa, and I believe if he could work with whoever takes over, whether it's Chiwenga or whoever, there could be a great team. Robert Mugabe na Changirai. We are tired of these divisions and fighting and ZANU-PF, this faction, CCC, Ukoyema, Western puppets. I just want unity. I just want Zimbabwe to be a one voice. So us here arguing and fighting and accusing each other, it exists in our heads. On the ground, so ladies and gentlemen, it's up to us to support 2030, or it's up to us to raise up another leader. Usually on this platform, and you could have said, okay, we're going to have leader so and so, leader Masi, for instance, and or declare that I'm going to push guys, let's go into the streets and let's remove ZANU-PF. I will go with Masi. That's what I want. But what is the realistic option here? Many thanks.
Okay, by your submission, you've also inadvertently admitted. No, hold on. You have inadvertently admitted something else. You have told us Chiwenga has no power. Because if the streets are full with the I told you Chiwenga has no power. Where did I say that? Where did I say that? I said you have inadvertently. It means something you didn't say, but you said without saying it. So if on the ground, the mantra that is being propelled is the Pro 2030, where is Chiwenga's power to do an anti-2030? Okay. Can you let me vote on the same side? Listen. You can't monopolize the discussion. So Elena will reply. For a long time. You can't rebut yourself. You can't rebut yourself. So I am saying, why is Chiwenga not doing what he did Kuna Mugabe? He had a whole military music thing. We were already singing Daracha Uya. So this time, where is the power? Where you want him to tell you? You want him to tell you tomorrow I'm going to do telling there is no Chiwenga. Dime online. Dime online. Who are saying
Where's my submission? The people of Zimbabwe already.
You are igniting it online. Put it on the ground. Power. You must mobilize and put it on the ground. And not mobilize via people. So, power. Is he our father? What you are trying to mobilize on the ground to mobilize it.
Mercy. Sister Mercy. In a fair world, in countries like England, America, what you are saying about
Zimbabwe, what you did in Zimbabwe. Don't tell me about the other world. You don't know where I am. You don't know where I'm speaking to you in Diripo right now. Mobilized the jam racer. Immobilized the whole Let's hear other people speak, please. Let's hear other voices. Well, you speak as well too long.
Coup is not something that can easily be done. You have to look at geopolitics as well. And they have to look at things like they have to be accepted in the region. You just don't wake up and coup someone. You look for the perfect opportunity. And these guys, what they want and what they would be waiting for is for Zimbabweans to show their disgruntlement with this current government. Then they can use that opportunity.
We have been disgruntled with ZANU-PF, why didn't you use
that can give
disgruntled for many years.
That can give
Mercy, no one is disagreeing with you that ZANU-PF is bad. Also, we agree with you that the people of Zimbabwe hold the power. The people of Zimbabwe, including the soldiers and the police forces, they do hold the power. The Arab Spring did not happen without the soldiers actually turning against the government as well. But at the moment, I won't lie to you, our Zimbabwean society is too broken to a point where even the soldiers that are suffering, that can't pay school fees, they don't know how to stand on the side of the people. That is the problem that we face. And the people, they do not have guns, unfortunately, to engage with this type of violent clashes or something. People, they do consider their lives. They don't want to become a victim like 9 of those people. The power still lies with the people. But most of the people, they do not realize their power. And especially when bribes start circulating in society, a lot of people turn a blind eye. I've seen people that were much respected as politicians, but as soon as they were bribed by ZANU-PF, they turn a blind eye. Jacob Mafume is one of the people. So we're gonna
need Valencia. I'm gonna have to cut you so that we can have Ndumiso come in, please, because Ndumiso, you're quiet. Bulawayo Grocery.
Yeah, Simba. Thank you, Simba.
Thank you.
Also answer my call, Simba.
Okay, sure.
Calling you for a year.
Oh, is it? Okay, text me now so that I can save your number now. Okay, shoot. Go ahead.
No problem. I've been listening and I understand what is happening. But it's a shame because we do not want to face the reality. I think the statement was made that removing MNANGAGWA is not a solution. That you think it is, those who want to remove him. And replacing him with somebody else within the ZANU system, that is not a solution. Because MNANGAGWA is a symptom of a problem. Mugabe was a symptom of a problem. And that problem is ZANU-PF, if we are to be honest with each other, to the people of Zimbabwe. So if you remove an authoritarian ruler and replace him with another authoritarian, you've done absolutely nothing. You've played into the internal politics of ZANU-PF. Also, the danger that we are having is we are having believers in a project that does not exist on the ground. And those believers, I don't know why the attachment, because you have the nostalgia of the general having removed Mugabe. So you're building an image for him which he does not have himself. The power on the ground does not possess. He has been stripped dry. That's why he cannot do anything. He has been, it's like somebody who's taken a plant and pruned it. It's winter, it's got no leaves. It's absolutely bare. But you are trying to fetch leaves and flowers onto it and create something that seems to have power. If on the ground, 20, 30 people are everywhere, where are the general's people countering that on the ground? That's one. If the general wants to replace MNANGAGWA or topple MNANGAGWA, and we are assuming that is not a Gananga, whatever the word he used himself there, that is not what, he's one of them. That's the reality. Don't fall into the trap of parroting a certain narrative that is being pushed by the inner circle. And especially I'm talking to the opposition now, you as the opposition, you end up becoming the people that are actually downplaying your own meaningful contributions to your own freedom and then replacing them with fantasies that have been fed onto you in clandestinely by those within the ruling party. Yeah? They do not give a thing about you. All these people that you are seeing even hosting conferences, it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with their proximity to power as individuals. Zimbabwe has collapsed so many times in the past, and none of these people have done anything well. They actually facilitated. The general is Twangirai coming into power in 2008 when he won the election. The same people that you are now eulogizing and putting in pedestal and so on are the same people who created this chaos. The same people who time and again have told you, no, anyone asina kufiranyika I don't. Those generals said so many times they've made those statements openly to the nation. But all of a sudden you've got nostalgia. Come on, people. Let's face the facts. No one is going to help us except ourselves.
But listen.
No one is going to. Remember, I spoke with you. Did you hear me interject you? I didn't. Because I respect you. Even if your opinion to me was weird and haywire, I listened. I kept quiet. Deliberately so. And please do the same. Give me the same courtesy. As a people, there is nothing wrong with sharing our opinions. But let people who are grown-ups accept them or refuse them. Don't hammer them into people. You have a love for the general. Fine, share it. Give it to people to digest and accept or reject. That's it. Let's be democratic even in our little spaces. Yeah, please. As a people, we're only going to be free if we come together and remove this evil before us, not to replace it with another. Because as I say, whether MNANGAGWA starts a dynasty, the next dynasty is going to come from Muda, the next dynasty is going to come from Chiwenga, the next dynasty is going to come from Geza. That does not concern us. What concerns us is let's free ourselves. Let's remove these people entirely, and Zimbabwe starts afresh. If we stumble again in future, we remove those that would have come in. But at least let's go back to democracy as Zimbabweans and give Zimbabwe a chance. Thank you.
A revolution requires some killing at the part of it. no revolution was pure.
No.
If you want that type of a revolution,
thank you, my brother. Thank you.
But
remember, don't speak your words to anybody else. I didn't say anything that you're saying now. So please, make your
yourself.
Listen. If you want,
but you are interjecting again.
I am speaking. I say that you say this.
You're misrepresenting me now. You're misrepresenting me now.
For no reason. I am saying.
Right. So can we have one person at a time, please?
Okay. I am saying you saying that I said something that I say I said a revolution at some point requires engaging the people that are actually oppressing you, like the revolution. All revolutions actually involve some sort of or actually facing the enemy forefront. If people remain still telling us that they are going to power unto Madonga Meranyanga, we do get that. At the moment, how are we going to, like, what is the current thing that is standing in front of us? We have the ED 2030. Do we want to really have them actually solidify that thing in front of us? No, we can't take that disrespect any longer. So we'll go on to the next person that is able to actually fight this thing. But up until such a time that Zimbabweans are actually united, like maybe people that are next door to Nyamakanda border or Mozambicans, the way that they are united at the current moment, maybe we can start talking about that type of a revolution to completely oust them. Because at the moment, if you go in a street, I'm speaking about any street, go and stand in front of Jonah City and maybe try to start a conversation with any young man in Harare, and whether you hear them speaking about speaking about any political, they'll tell you to leave politics alone. It doesn't concern you. You just have to focus on yourself. Well, it is affecting all of us in society. So that is the problem that people are making here. They assume that we are saying that it's fine, we are going to settle with Chiwenga. At the moment, guys, we really do not have a choice. It's a thing of we do not have a choice. Yes, we have the masses. Yes, the power ultimately belongs to the people. But still, a few thousand people is still detecting what a million people are doing, and a million people are not willing to unite towards it. So, what is the best option for all of us that do not want the ED 2030? Should we just sit and watch? If Chiwenga does not have a constituency, and if we do pretend to rally behind that constituency, it gives them a false sense of power, or rather a sense of power that is actually going to be causing fights. And if it is giving them a false sense of power, we have seen that the fight is actually being manifested within. And the enemy, if they are fighting amongst themselves, at some point they are going to weaken themselves. That is the ultimate goal for us. If they are going to be fighting like AD 2030 and this other faction, factionalism weakens the party. And even if, let's say, it is removed now, next time Chiwenga is going to try to start his own dynasty, there is going to be some people that are going to raise eyebrows on it. That's how kingdoms actually fall apart, if they actually start having infightings within themselves. At the moment, I want to have an opposition party that would come up and speak like Julius Malema or Venancio Mondlane in Mozambique. But at the moment, there is none. And that is just the reality on the ground. It's said, we as the people at the moment, we do not know our power. The few that do are the ones that are actually desperate enough to actually support this. The next person that is likely to resist ED 2030, ED 2030 that is going to... MNANGAGWA has committed so many atrocities and he's been getting away with those. And if the ED 2030 thing, if it's cancelled now, in a way, it kind of like brings to us some sort of happiness, a little bit of happiness that they have been removed. And for me, between a long way of misery, I don't know even when this Zimbabwean people actually open up, and this little bit of happiness, I'm choosing that little bit of happiness. And I'm choosing that because at least the enemy has been punished to some sort of a way. They are going to be, obviously, when MNANGAGWA gets out of the power, they would want to strip him off of something, strip him off of any power that can make him come back, like what they were doing to with Xavier Kasuku or anything of that particular. That's what they would be trying to do with him. So similarly, if he's out of power and maybe they do not strip him off with it, he's going to come back and he's going to cause an internal fight there. That's how we're going to take over. But at the moment, I do not see a solution on the table. And the closest making sense solution on the table seems to be Chiwenga, and so be it.
Right.
Where I
Okay.
seem to have a problem is the cancelling of other alternative voices. So there's this presentation of Zimbabwean youth, these ones that do not have any care. But there is no championing of the Zimbabwean youth that have care. We have got students that protest in Zimbabwe. No one talks about them. They are not represented as young people. We choose to talk about the young people not doing anything. But the young people that do something, we don't see you borrowing your voice to magnify what they're doing. But the magnifying of those who don't do anything, we are even being solicited to go out and look for kids who are not doing anything. No one is saying, let's go out and look for kids who want to do something, have been prevented from doing something, have not been capacitated to do something, but the wish to do something exists. Throughout the country, there are young people who keep getting arrested to my colleges, universities, across the country. You don't speak about them, so they are not young people who have a voice. What they lack is the support, the capacity. You don't speak about them. You like this to the young people that don't do anything. We are not denying that the 2030, anti-2030 needs a push. But what we are saying is, how are we pushing it? What we are also denying is to be sold a dad, where people create fantasies and make them realities. If Chiwenga has got an explicit statement, ngazvitaure. If Chiwenga wants people to do this thing, to give, he should open up the space. He should work his power to create pockets within society where these people who support him can have the same security that he will give them on the day he does the coup. But if he is not, let the Zimbabwean people wait till, like we did in 2017. On the day when he finally sits on ZBC, we will come out. But if he wants the pre-toy, let him talk to the military that you say he's got power. They've got stations across Zimbabwe, barracks all over Zimbabwe. And let him create some pockets of security for Zimbabwean people to go out and express anti-2030. If you are saying that he has got security and support of war veterans, release farms of war veterans that are supporting. We go and do the toys in those farms with security from him. And then let him deal with ZANU-PF saying, and let's hear him say, people have a right to protest, what. But as long as you are telling us of a power that we do not see him exercise, we are going to question you. Let him release just music. Right now, Gaffa is persecuted, all the other voices in the arts and culture, which normally lead revolutions. Little songs. Let him do concerts with the people of arts and culture to actually do those things. A song released by the studios he created to remove ZANU-PF, military touch. He can create another military touch. There are a lot of young people who are holding lyrics about things. Barimwana Caxman here. Let him sponsor Caxman from wherever Caxman is and filter that music into ZBC, to my studios, the medias that he controls. Same as he did for Mugabe. That's what they did. They preempted us. We didn't even know what the plan was, but we were singing the tunes, which means we were ready by the time they needed us to go on the street. Let them identify other AC Lumumbas who sit on platforms in their own houses and give them the security to be anti the G40. You know, why is he not doing those things? We want the same modus operandi that he used to remove ZANU-PF to be afforded his ascent to power. What he cannot do is to hoax us into believing he has power we cannot see. What if he leads us there? And actually, MNANGAGWA has more power now that he has his sons in the military. We need to see power exercised. We want to see him doing that. And that is our demand. Otherwise, we'll wait for him to sit per ZBC, commandeer it, and then Papo will come out. Until then, Gati negotiate. You will not hoax us into a power we can't see. Show us the money. Show us the power. What Chiwenda will not do, what Chiwenda will not do is to tell the people, this is how exactly I'm going to execute. Munangagwa asikubaneku. Munangagwa achana resign ega. Pane zvakawanda zviri kuitika. You see, the processes of 2030 of amending the constitution have not started. So you don't execute a coup, a person has right, but like what Garwe said, there are too many ways to skin an elephant. Mnangagwa is going. And the strategy is not out there for everyone to know. Just as much as we didn't know that 2017 what's going to take place. So if you, for instance, look at when I went to Mashingo, we went in and distributing my flyers, putting no to 2030, no to corruption and so on. And the police let us in. What does that tell you about the atmosphere in the country? We went to my barracks as well. And we there's a complex look at my government workers, majority of them are CIOs. They say deep what does that tell you? What do you think those people support corruption? Do they support 2030? Do they support ED? What is happening on the ground is different, guys. ED Mnangagwa is going. That's all I have to say. They are already waiting. They are already conscientizing each other. They are already taking my flyers, taking them to the elders. So, I'll land in a second. But I'm going to understand why are we saying Mnangagwa must go? Some people don't even know who Chief Bayo is. They know him as a blesser. They do not know anything about corruption. Many thanks. So it's good we have this debate because the contradiction. First, you said there is nothing on the ground that is anti-2030. But now you're showing us that there is. So this is from your viewpoint. Which means there could be other people who are pushing the 2030. You are the headmistress, the principal, the everyone who knows everything. It's not okay, Master. No, I'm saying to you, you contradicted yourself. Earlier you said there is no anti-2030 agenda. So Akazara, pro-2030. And I'm only saying to you that if what you have seen is also a 2030, which means from what you don't see, Zirimo Futi anti-2030, will contradict also what Valencia was saying, that the young people are not doing anything. What you are now telling us, proper teachers are doing it. You are telling us Zinasu is doing it. So why are you contradicting yourselves? Chiwenga there's no power and is not going to take over Mnangagwa. You win. You are right. Chiwenga is nothing. So I insist we are not going to say anything. We will let Mnangagwa go ahead with the dynasty plan of 2030. No, it will be Chiwenga will let him, not you. No, that's proving to you that he is able to let this country rot. That is why he doesn't want this country. If he lets it, that's what it means. It means Chiwenga is okay. So please, okay, you should say Zimbabwe. Nothing is stopping you. We're going to support ED. That's what you want us to do. We are not supporting. No, I want you to support. Rally behind Zimbabwe and leverage their power. Then he can compete with this 2030. That's what we are going to do. Which means you were never committed. You cannot be convinced by me alone. What you are now saying to people because they are decided.
Chimama, please. When you spoke over you. No, Chimama. When you spoke, we all listened when you spoke. So let the other people speak as well. Don't feel like you have to jump in.
Like it every time she doesn't get business but now you are just becoming personal. We are political, my sister. Politics is. That's why we will never free anybody.
sequence iri kufamba nepolitics yausingazivira uri kuuk pane zviri kuitika kuzimbabwe zvausingazive masi. So don't think like you my itinerary of where I am. Like you, I don't do it. But you see, I want to do it. I just see politics and did not quit time. And you know, we thank you for politics. I don't seek permission. I don't seek permission. I free myself. Don't give me permission.
Vatete masi na tete chimama ingawani ndimu nombotiudzawo wani muchitidzidzisa kuti tinofanira kudhibeta in a way yekuti tinenge tichirespectana and all that kind of stuff. Saka manje kana makuita noise
kana taku, it is me who was attacked.
Creating a monologue on his face every time I do.
Same as you do. You are the last person to talk about. You were here monologuing. Allow monologue to happen. Listen to your voice. Monologue.
You do this, Mercy. All the time you are talking about.
Doesn't matter what I do. Free yourself.
Right. Can we have right? So let's have some order in our conversations. Okay, Chimama, can we? Okay, Chimama, can we hold, please? Can we hold, please? You know, we've got a country here, and you know, living outside Zimbabwe for nearly a quarter of a century now, has shown me that Zimbabwe is such a small country. At one time, while growing up in Zimbabwe, I used to think that, well, this is everything, and I thought that there's nothing else out there, until I discovered that, you know, Zimbabwe is just a small piece of land that, I mean, really shouldn't be giving us so many headaches. Let's be honest. And I say this also as someone who has participated in using my journalism, to expose things, and using my work to shape other countries, and sometimes almost effortlessly. It's given me a picture that Zimbabwe is not an issue. So when I see my own people sometimes nearly getting to fist level, okay, I think they even get worse. They get to blood level. They get to the point of even killing each other simply because of an opinion. It just baffles me. It baffles me how things that should have just been done over a conversation, 5-10 minutes, maybe at the most 30, right? Yeah, keep going on and on. It's 45 years now, and we are stuck here, just trying to define what is right, what is wrong. And I feel like a failure. I really feel like a failure, I must say. I feel I've done so much for other people in other countries, but for my own people, it seems impossible. It seems so difficult. And so when I get into spaces like this, I am urging in my heart, how can we have the type of conversations that at the end of each, there will actually be reviews of things that are executable on the ground, things that can be fixed immediately. So that's just my feedback. I'm hoping that we can get the next person. Please, as we're contributing, let's do our contributions with that type of of an agenda. That, okay, whatever it is that is being discussed here, the other person won't say what I want. It's obvious they're going to be different, and I should expect the opposite. I should expect concepts and ideas that are totally alien and sometimes totally contradictory even to mine. but putting all these together should make us have a healthy conversation. So it's my request, folks, as we proceed. I'm hoping that we could start winding down in 5 minutes, and then we're gonna shut the space. How is that? How is that? Yeah. Zulu, do you want to say something? Shoot.
Simba ndachidombo dzokera hangu pane conversation yawangu watanga ndaida kutaura maererano nemukadzi wachiwenga X. She was part of vanhu vakanga vatumwa vaishandisa mushonga kuuraya majenerals.
Excuse me, on that I will ask, and not just in this space, even in other spaces, let's not repeat what we don't have evidence for. There's a lot here. I can raise an allegation against you right now, and I'm sure you already have people talking about you, about things that they don't have evidence. The clearest evidence right now is that Mary is a victim of assassination. All this poison this, poison that, it's utter bullish, shitty nonsense. And I think every Zimbabwean who brings that, right, needs a slap on their cheek. They need a slap. They need to just go off, because that is just utter nonsense. People in this country saw a bomb explode under Mary Chiwenga's legs. That was visible in Bulawayo on the 23rd of June. She was a victim of a bomb attack, a bomb that was thrown onto her legs, and it exploded on her legs. She went into hospital, and there were people there, her husband and MNANGAGWA, standing, towering over her as she lied on a bed in exactly the same posture as Josiah Tongogara in 1979. Why aren't people talking about that evidence? And they're busy talking about some poison thing that doesn't make sense. All these people, anyone, including Chiwenga, who repeats this in the future, anovandira kurowa. You're wasting state money, talking utter nonsense, no evidence whatsoever. How does someone, it's, in Diego, you see the first spouse to be accused. You yourself here, haven't you been accused of doing things to your own wife or girlfriend? Every time in spouses, there are always accusations. Dzekuroya, dzekupoisona. But when we repeat things that are utterly baseless, nothing, no substance, and we're not moved about children, Vanavadiki, 3 kids who have no access to their mother. That is evidence. Yatina, it is very clear. Chiwenga is committing murder. He is destroying his own kids by simply blocking them access to their mother. He is right now, Chiwenga is a murderer. He doesn't deserve to get anywhere near power. He doesn't deserve to get anywhere near even Husabugu. I don't know Varirwa Chiwenga before MNANGAGWA. That is a crime that every citizen should really be talking about, is it not? Why are we so fixated on talking things that we don't have evidence for? We're accusing someone whose legs are falling. And we've never paid attention to what is clear. She is a victim of murder that every citizen in this country has seen and can see. Even a Google search, it will show you live footage. Agenda yenyu ifambe muchiaccuse Mary amusword matter destroy. These are children, and according to the Children Act in Zimbabwe and around the world, you are abusing those kids. Every time you call Mary's name up, you are actually hurting those 3 kids. Zachiwenga, put yourself in their shoes. Even if their mother did that, Put yourself in their shoes. Would you be happy? Your own mother being talked about on Spaces about things that just don't have evidence. But not just that. There's a court that is in motion right now, and people are busy talking. The medics in South Africa have clearly discredited that whole nonsense. There's not even an incident report at that hospital. You tell me someone would pull a cable and there's not even an incident report about it. And yet here you are, you have got clear evidence of someone throwing a hand grenade on Mary Chiwenga's legs at White City. And you're still repeating that whole poison nonsense. I'm telling you, if you folks repeat any of this Mary poison nonsense, I will change the gears. I will spend every day and I will expose Chiwenga. I will expose all this. And I'll call every journalist inside the country and around the world to denounce Chiwenga, because you're murderers. You're promoting someone who is killing the mother of his own kids, someone who is subjecting his own kids to seeing their mother being denied of medical attention. Even if she was a murderer, would you treat someone like that? That is barbaric. So isn't it too clear? If Chiwenga wants to become a leader of a country, he must lead his kids first. First, he can even be accusing the mother in front of the kids and say, "Oh, and do that." But let the kids see their mother. Stop this thing of abusing the kids. Mention Mary Chiwenga's name again. And every Zimbabwean must denounce you. All of you, you're murderers. You got blood on your hands. Mary Chiwenga's blood on your hands. Mukatanga mukamention after Sarah Mary foot. Every Zimbabwean must denounce you. And no one should ever back any of this. If your movement is about falsely accusing Mary Chiwenga, the people of Zimbabwe must deal with you harshly. You are worse than MNANGAGWA. At least MNANGAGWA does his things when he kills people in private. You're doing it right now while Zimbabweans are watching. Denying even a prisoner, even a murder convict must be allowed to go to hospital. As I'm talking right now, there are doctors who are afraid of treating Mary in Zimbabwe right now. Because they're afraid of Chiwenga and MNANGAGWA. Both of them. They're both accomplices. So if you folks, Varakash, or whoever here who's supporting this movement, truly want justice, the first thing you need to do, you to call Chiwenga Moza to boss Peri. Because you have already discredited yourself from the onset. I went on this, I had to say this because folks, this thing, EOE, you have enough evidence. And in Nini, I have got authority on this because I have spoken with Chiwenga directly over this. Not once. I've spoken with the MNANGAGWA family. Vese MNANGAGWA Auxilia. Address them over this. And this is our social media. Saka, please understand, you are abusing kids. Whenever you call America, whenever Zulu, if you ever call Mary again, you are triggering a fire here. And
yes, you could be right there. But one thing that you have to realize is
but mungangotaura Star America, then project yenyu yatofa.
But zvatanditaura ndezvekuti ane chance yekuti tibude mumesi iyi, angatiburitse mumesi, angatipe chance ndiani. And we said Chiwenga is a chance yekutora power. and that way we can get out of this mess. We don't like any of these people. As you are saying,
by the way, my apologies for some language that I had to use here. We're dealing with children that are at risk, and every citizen of this country has got a duty to protect children from abuse. So please, let's not invoke someone's mother's name here. Think about it. If your own mother's name was invoked in a space over accusations that are unproven, so understand that. And these are minors. Go ahead, please.
Mkoba Simba, you have to realize that an iron sharpens another iron. We are here to find a consensus as Zimbabweans. We are not here to fight each other or to upset each other. If we upset each other along the way, we can apologize. In this case, I'm so sorry if I've offended you, but we have to remember that ED has killed more than 50 generals. And this must be at the forefront of our struggle. We have to remember Kwetrukuba, Nekwetrukwenda. Kuti musago mune vanhu vakawanda vakafa. Vamwe vakafa vachipiswa nemoto. We have to remember that. Ivava veZANU-PF vakutanga kudimburana maoko avo. Vaipisa vamwe kumamisha vachitema vanhu mumusoro nematemo. But these guys were kutaura nezvavo. They were not even disgusted. They were lining their pockets and they wanted to get close to power or to the seat of power while others were crying. So, yes, I do understand where your pain is coming from, but we shouldn't forget the people vanoitira simba veZANU-PF ndo vanhu vaita kuti ndo vanhu vakauraya vanhu matebherelendu. And you know, the birds vakuru vanotaura kuti birds of the same feather flock together. Saka isusu, we are not sympathetic. All we want is to get MNANGAGWA out. Because at the moment, tarisai kuti hanzi mwana wake anoenda kumabarracks achidriver achidriver mota yemhando yepamusoro. Masoja achifa nenzara, vachidya soup, vachidya sadza nesupu. Iye anosvika nemota yemhando yepamusoro kumabarracks. Tarisai kuti vana wiki nechivhaya mari dzavari kupanana vari kudziwana kupi. Ingawani makaita documentary record mafia. We are losing almost 2 billion a year. It's these guys and their families. The Vanameri Chiwengwa, they were involved in corruption as well. And their families were looting the country. Let's not forget.
Have you noticed that right now, Chiwenga is accusing Mary of money laundering? And in actual fact, it's him who is in those transactions, who was actually sending Mary out with that money, right? Yes. My point is, he's destroying himself.
The funny thing is, we are here. We are here when they got mafia documentary there, Paragapudare. The whole country was supposed to burn down. You know, that was supposed to anger people. Or you go to my hospital.
Can I just say one word or one sentence? No, Madam Professor, please.
Can we ask for permission from Zulu? Zulu, are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead, Chelsea.
Okay, thank you. I was just triggered by the brother who is speaking just now to say I'm just
intrigued by the way he is exonerating Chiwenga from that group of ZANU-PF people that are guilty of having killed people. Guys, manyanya mabhiza enyu patika ngatitange tambotanga so zvatiri kutaura tisati taningirikira. Give a long explanation on how Chiwenga is involved in how people have been treated in Zimbabwe for a long time and all the looting and everything. So musazotidaro zvekutona kungeta takatopusa zvekutodaro manyaya enyu hatisi ndedemocracy yacho manyaya nemabhiza enyu. But how do you expect to change things? Like MNANGAGWA Chiwenga. How do you expect things to change for the generality of Zimbabweans as a whole? No. Thank you very much, Simba. I drop.
Oh, thank you very much. Right, Zulu Cute, yeah? You can respond and then end, and then we can move to the next. I think let's go to Marcy, by the way. I had interrupted Marcy earlier on, yeah.
No, Taura, I'll talk after you.
Okay. I agree with a lot of people on the platform, and Sister Marcy and Mkoma Charles. I agree with you 100%. In fact, I'm a Chamisa Ningi fan, and I'm a Chamisa. I believe in Chamisa. If Chamisa gets in, Zimbabwe would become a better country. The guy has got a lot of charisma. He can get the country to move in the right direction, and he can get everyone to work in the right direction. You need someone with charisma, you see. But the problem at the moment, yes, as much as we can wait for Chamisa, look at how he's been relegated. He's been now. There's no way that he can. He's like an outsider now, because politics. One thing you have to remember was this is a Game of Thrones. He is an outsider, and he has to be accepted by the military, and that in itself is a very big. It raises a big question on Chamisa. But he's an outsider. He's coming in as an outsider with odds stacked against him. The only way, this is what I said earlier, the only route Zimbabwe freedom, we need a power sharing agreement. Chamisa will come in and work with the next guy like Chiwenga. I never said Chiwenga is a good guy. I never said that. I said Chiwenga he's the only guy that can stop MNANGAGWA from creating. That is and I go finance. When MNANGAGWA are running there, and I go military. When MNANGAGWA, they are waiting in the wings to take over the whole military establishment. And the financial, when I'm telling you, they are controlled. That's why MNANGAGWA guys are not them. So what we are saying is, if we get Chiwenga to remove MNANGAGWA, then our path to freedom becomes easier. Mkoma Charles, I'm not disagreeing in what you are saying. I'm not saying Chiwenga is a saint. I know Chiwenga killed people, but in some certain situations, you have to look at my possibilities. So I am saying, then after a short period, it becomes easier to kwanisa kumvi. Than MNANGAGWA. The whole cabinet, yakazara n'vanhu kumasvingo chete, hama dzaMNANGAGWA. Look at what's happening in our country. MNANGAGWA is nepotism is isingaiti. The whole country, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. Thank you so much, Mkomasi.
Right. Yeah. Marcy, I think Marcy's coming in now. Yeah, guys in ZANU-PF. this is your opportunity. The same way that you are saying Mnangagwa must go, you must also help Chiwenga to rid himself of Mnangagwarism by stopping the abuse on his kids. Make and lead. He should take his kids to see their mother. He can continue accusing her, whatever, but you should help him to be human. Make your leader to demonstrate that he is a human being who can be trusted with something bigger than his own than his own family or his own kids. Mercy, shoot.
Yeah, my problem is this, Simba. People who believe they can control somebody after they have power should show that they can control the person before they have power. If it is impossible for you to demand certain things of the person now, trust me, when they are in power, you will not be able to control them. Chiwenga has exercised so much power from the position that he is at. Zimagananda that he talks about, he is actually he is showing us these mafufu thieves. He is involved in some of the biggest grand thefts. Right now, our gaze is on Mnangagwa, and we've done this illusion before. Our gaze was on Mugabe. We knew where he had positioned his nephews, his nieces, his uncles, all over our Zimbabwean organogram of power. And right now, we know everywhere where Mnangagwa has placed his people because we search for them. We know who they are. Nobody has searched where Chiwenga's people are. Chiwenga has got children who you don't talk about because you're not looking for where they are now, where they are positioning themselves precariously to take off same place where the Mnangagwa children were. They were gathering wealth. They were gaining influence. And you're not following them, and you are leading us not to care about that. Because conveniently, you will start talking about them when they start exerting power from positions of power. If Chiwenga has the power that you say he has, you are refusing to ask him to borrow you that power so that you can exercise the things that will enable him to get into power. So you create these things of power that cannot be seen by Zimbabweans, must be believed from your voices. All we are asking, since you believe that he has the love for Zimbabwe, with the little power he has from the position he has, let him show it. But if you are creating an illusion of power and you contradict yourself by saying he has been isolated, he watched the other generals who he worked with be killed, he couldn't protect them. But you're saying Zimbabwean citizens will be protected by the same people who couldn't safeguard the comrades that he had risked their lives to remove Mugabe. Could not. You're telling us about people who are Kudembura Mawoko. He couldn't protect them. When these are singular individuals that had their own power plus Chiwenga's power, and that was not enough to stop Mnangagwa. But these citizens must believe he has power because you say so. He played such an integral role during the removal of Mugabe. And we are asking you, ask him from the position where he is to also start doing the same things. Murukuramba, you will not demand anything from him. But you're saying we will be able to demand things from him now are in power. So we are confused. We're confused. Then you have put Chiwenga as the alternative. Yet the voice that is actually speaking is Geza. You have not spoken anything about. You're not saying let's borrow the support. But they are made up of the same stuff you are saying Chiwenga is made up of. They were there in the coup that removed Mugabe. They say so themselves publicly, and no one has disputed that. They have got the institutions that are doing the mantra you say does not exist on the ground. Yet they were on the ground when they said the anti-2030 mantra. Yes, is on the ground. I think many other people have done the videos. The other guy was asked, as you repent, they said, no, I am in Zimbabwe. We are ignoring that. We are ignoring the other people who we should prop up because we are going to have to ask them to have positions. If Chiwenga gets power, you are not interested in saying, let's build our own people. No. We are saying that the people of Zimbabwe, they are dormant. And when we ask, let's develop the Zimbabwean people to be brave, you don't want. They should just trust that Chiwenga put their power. So our question is, how will Zimbabwean people supposed to show their support of Chiwenga? 1 minute you are saying that the narrative doesn't matter. So power ya Murukuti Selisita, tiende nayo kupi here on Twitter, go back, MNANGAGWA is there and show it. We are confused. Twitter doesn't matter when it suits you. It suits you when now we have to show support. Can you clarify Kutichi that we are supposed to do here? And why our power is necessary if it cannot demand things? I mean, who have the let's support Chiwenga. It's also Tirukuti how what is within, what is our own in the matter. Those questions don't seem to matter, but support is solicited. There is nobody who supports you when there's no benefit from them. And you sell them abstract things, futuristic things. If Chiwenga goes in, he's got 10 years. So you're selling them a 10-year dream. That in 10 years, when it's time to remove him, because he has his 2 terms, it's confusing. Itai nemo from this. What is their own in this matter? Power ya Murukuti ine munu achazviita izvozvo. Muri kuiwana kupi? Akaishowa papi? Kunani? Ndevapi vanhu vacho vari kusimbiswa naye to do those things? Because for social media, it doesn't need Chiwenga to give you power. It's just a free platform. We have our Wi-Fi. The ones on the ground, Chiwenga how? And this always wanting to dismiss zvaari kuita kumukadzi wake. Charity begins at home. Sometimes we have a window of opportunity to what the person is like by going to their house and seeing what they're doing. Ke ya Murukuti anayo ye country murukuiwana kupi. Show us in the last 7 years. Just one thing Chiwenga has done to stand against crime, apart from Zigananda that he spoke about. One moon that they put, the one under his thing, is back in. Who could
easily be his own Chigananda, but it's just that this time, like Tagwira works for both, you know.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So Wigner could easily be Chiwenga's Chigananda, but this is just convenient political talk.
Yeah. So it's also Tirukuda ma securities. Atikurambidzei kuti muti ask to do this. It could be something that is there.
Yeah.
But it brings substance. Don't emotionally blackmail us. Don't try and pin us into a corner and make us bad people. Show us Zwamurukutaura examples. One, first start. Where have you seen him standing against anti-corruption, the rule of law, assisting Zimbabweans to exercise their rights on the street? Because Isusu, we've shown you where he stood against that. Show us where he stood that. Kumbakwake, like Simba, keeps asking you, why can you not stand and say, even if it will give us just some small hope, Tanga Kumbakwako, fix this situation, Amukone. Why? Murumukumuchka. So kana murikumuchka now. Kana ane power mucham control us say. So convince us we do not owe Chiwenga power. And for the first time, Zimbabwean people must learn. No one was born with the Zimbabwean rulership title. Neither does Chiwenga, neither does ZANU-PF, war veterans, nobody. They wanted power. They must ask for it, and we must agree. Amuitore nemasimba this time.
Wow, here we are, viewers and listeners. It's quite an interesting discussion that we're having here, and we're gonna need to be shutting shortly. I know people want to speak. Right.
Can I be next?
Right. Okay. But it's Venancio, yeah?
Yeah, it's me.
Shoot. Yeah.
Okay. I think there is a misunderstanding of which a lot of people are not understanding. What we are saying, we are not disagreeing that these people have been bad and they've been there before. Similarly, for me, a person that went to ZANU-PF, like the generals that were being taken out one by one. To be honest with you, I'm quite happy. I find it satisfying to see them taking out each other because one, for me, it kind of like proves the principle that now they're being taken out by their own people. Similarly, to this issue of if you go to ZANU-PF and you start showing off to us. Now I'm trying to talk on the issue of other people that have been that have been involved with and now Chiwenga is turned against them and now they are suffering. At the point they used to be parading with they used to be parading and speaking highly of ZANU-PF. Even when Grace was removed, we're happy about it. But again, another point here is that us as Zimbabweans, and specifically on this issue, it is that in Zimbabwe, there is often no accountability. And for us, it hurts us the most that people like Prophet Magaya, he actually goes to court and actually present a fake diploma and nothing happens to him, or present this type of things. And there is the point where Eunice actually approves that thing was fake. Everyone was happy because somehow that issue of accountability was answered to in the same case with Emerson MNANGAGWA, we know his comrades are bad people and they could even be worse, but he was busy flying. And at the time when he is going to be landing, when the time when they're going to be showing him that we are happy about that. We are not necessarily saying that Chiwenga is going to turn around the economy or anything of that particular sort. But at the moment, we're at a point where you have to account at some point, where you're going to face the music for your own actions. I am totally welcoming that. Similarly with the Chiwenga thing, him himself, yes, he was there in 2019 when people were shot and they were protesting against fuel. Guys, let's not lie. He was there. Chiwenga was there. In fact, he could have been even one of the critical voices against the protesters of January 2023. He could have been one of the critical voices of those people that were protesting in 2018. Right after the elections, or even when they were he was there. We do agree, and we do not say that we don't agree. But at a point where one thing of ZANU-PF is actually feeling as if he is now the god of Zimbabwe and he wants to fly high, and his comrades now, they want to punish him for it. I am going to be on the side of his comrade. I'm not going, if my power, as little as it is, I'm not going to stand on the side and just say, hey, I'm going to be hyping the other comrades that want to remove it. Guys, you do not understand this thing. Let me just make it clear for you. In other countries where things are actually bad, and when you see that there's bad actors in society, and that bad actor is busy at and those good people within us, like celebrities, accepting Victimhood's gifts or allowing Victimhood's car not to be even claimed in town. In other countries where the people are actually united and the citizens have a voice, that thing cannot happen. The moment you actually accept a car, you would have been seeing a massive unfollowing. Would have been seeing the people actually disfollowing. But rather on the comment section, we see people say, I can have the car, say, I did this, I did it. That's the problem. We are not united. And for some of us, the reality of that, we have a voice and is united as one, as a power. ZANU-PF could be gone by midnight. A lot of people, they do not get that. And for some of us, that maybe have realized that we do have a power, but the masses have not gotten it. I do not mind to borrow my power to a faction that will be teaching each other lessons. It's as if you are setting them up both for failure. because they need my power after all for credibility. To say that, no, I have the masses that are supporting me. I have this type of people that are supporting me. So at that particular point in time, if like Venancio Mondlane of Mozambique, for example, he does not have the guarantee of the Mozambican government. Still, he was able to have the masses of people having to follow him to a point where the Mozambican government or the Frelimo government is actually scared to go after him, because the people, they do kind of like offer, also engage with the people on a daily basis. Even when he was in exile, even today after the election and everything has been free, he is still engaging to a point where these people are not even paying toll gates anymore. That is the power that we are looking for if we are about to hype someone. Guys, let's say we hype people that were there before. Even now, during the ED 2030, I only saw a few youth that were busy protesting. And those people, we are for them. We are for Monzora. But we need people that are going to come and actually start engaging in the neighborhood. And at that point, it's impossible, which we do understand you fear for your life. We would rather then say that, what is the best possible option for us? ED 2030, no. We can't have that type of a situation. I just simply can't allow it. Even if I was to vote for a rock, I'd rather have a rock take over as a president up until such a time we have someone else that qualifies to actually take over. I'm not saying that things are going to change. I'm not saying that it's going to do massive reforms, but that succession for me is like a punishment to MNANGAGWA, that there is always your day is coming. That to us feels like satisfaction if people are not getting that at that point. I think I'm done with my submission.
Well, I think we're about to end, folks. We really have to go. Chimamanda pizza. Mochirova. Chiro ika 1 minute chiva tangopedza because chirongwa china chazo rebesisa.
Thank you very much, Simba. And I would like to speak for myself, and I think everybody here has been speaking for themselves. So when people come on the platform to speak and say, we, convince us, who is we? You are just one person on your handset. So the majority of people can't say, okay, I'm actually beginning to think some people have been paid to prop the 2030 narrative on Spaces. However, I want to go to Nyamaria Wataura. There are so many women who are in jail right now for attempting to kill their husbands. Trial cases are going into court. It's been many years. Those women, most of them, I'll give you a typical example of a woman, Angaru Mashingo. She discovered that her husband was having an affair with a student with a polytech. She took her kids, 3 kids, she was pregnant, she poisoned them, and she poisoned herself, and they all died. And there's a woman, Watakari Renga, recently, cheated also, and then and those kids died. So when someone tries to kill your husband, suspect unstable, because you have attempted to kill the father of your kids. How is this working in Zimbabwe regarding Mary situation, which I do sympathize with? But at the end of the day, Mary did attempt to kill her husband. So she is not a victim. I'm sorry to say this.
Attempt.
We had this conversation before.
Evidence. Isaka evidence. They people evidence. Evidence is in a zita, is in a ndipo unogara South Africa, South Africa iwewe. Wakainda aye waka chima iwe zvawakaita pana week neuchivayo kufamba kuenda ku that place kunoprintwa maballots kuya unodini kuenda kuchipatara kunonzi ikoko kwamuno accuse kuti Mary akaedza kuuraya murume. Unodi kuenda ikoko wonotora ndinoda incident number ndeipiko. Hakuna zvinhu zvakadaro. hakuna anything chinda saka hauna evidence. Uri kutaura zvinhu zvawakaona panational, zvauri kuclaima kuti wakaona panational TV. Ndoda kuona hakuna evidence. The point is hauna evidence. You are accusing another woman of what she did not do. And if that was true, all right, Tombo, let's just assume Let's just assume that is true. Chindipa order, Chindipa court order. You know that Mary cannot see her children. Try to court order.
I did not say there's a court order. Did I?
Wataura kaiweweka because kana chiri chokwadi.
If you listen to me, Simba,
Saka
I just said I said if I try to kill my husband today, if I'm staying in the UK, because a woman who is unstable, I'm trying to kill another baba.
Anenga thought to run stable ndiani. Anenga thought to run stable ndiani.
My social worker
Shindipo star wandra social worker akaita assessment here.
Come on, Simba. We're not gonna go through that route.
Deepeka taura saka hapana ka assessment yakaitwa. Uri kutaura zvinhu zvawakaona pa social media nepa TV. Ndo zvawakutaura pana.
Simba, at the end of the day, Mary is not a victim. She tried to kill her husband. Full stop.
If you are really, then what will destroy Chiwenga wachona? If you repeat that again, what will destroy? Because people are going to show evidence that Chiwenga. All right.
What I want, I'm not marketing anything for Chiwenga.
Oh, you are. So what are you doing here? Then Matoruza, because what basically you have there, you've got a movie. So you've got a moving bioscope there. Which totally and completely dismantles your claim that Chiwenga can lead anything. He can't lead his own kids to go and see their own mother, even if Mary had done that, right? Then do you know what you have just simply done there? Is just that is literally that imimi munoto believer zvinhu zvaMNANGAGWA izvo zvaakaita so that he would destroy Chiwenga nemanyepo iwawa, then zvatopera, then projectation yatopera. So there's nothing to talk about here. Then because you are promoters of murder that is actually happening irikuitika right now. Mutori mamejaras utori mejara pori papa chimama ipapa. Zvokuti ukatoramba uchitodaro very soon uchatozoona wakutozopuwa macharges very very soon. Ndikutotaura zvinhu uchatoona macharges. You are inciting uruku inciter. You are inciting uruku inciter. You are calling for the abuse of children and also the abuse of another person here, and also you are making statements. You're pronouncing statements before a court ruling has even been made, while a court is in session, and you're claiming to have such great judgment about Chiwenga, and yet you are even violating the law while you're on social media. Who does that? How should people trust you then? How should people even listen to you when you can't follow a simple logic about the rights of a prisoner, no matter how diabolic that prisoner is? Anema rights, okay. And apato borina kana a simple assessment. So let's move. Well, no. Is a somebody law issues. Sabu kuchaiye mambo kumushoko asina utombodzidza nditeka. Anongo but ndo zvandikureva kuti nyaya ika haitombodi akauda kumuraya kupi. Where did she try to where ndeipi SABC videos are online. Ndiratidzo one video riri kudaro, they're online. Oh dear. Yeah, Chimama, you know, you destroy yourself. You make it difficult now for people to follow your content because Chingori is simple. Ichich, akuna anything like that. There's no SABC broadcast like that anywhere. There is no broadcast like that. There is no accusation on Mary whatsoever. There is nothing. There is.
I agree with you. Mary is a victim. Chiwenga tried to, finish off Mary. And also, MNANGAGWA must continue to the 2030, the dynasty, the rest of the arguments. Chiwenga is the bad person who's responsible for Mary's illness. And also, Chiwenga is a bad president.
vanhu vari kuda kunzwa zvinhu zviri simple. Nyaya ye2030 yoyo kana muchida kutotara nyaya ye2030 kaveka opposition vari kuti chitangai pa2018 reset button dzorerai chamisa kustatus, right? Okay, go shoot please.
Simba ndaida ngokubvunzawo zvangu one question.
Go ahead, Zulia.
As a journalist, do you think kuti pane surgery in support for the general? And also, magatera my last speeches are general here. And if you compare those, the last speeches of the general and nema speeches are ED, I think that my last speeches are general, they were a bit inclusive. People felt included. Rather than my speeches are ED, that but if you listen to my last Chiwenga, he seems to realize that we have been excluding people. You see, and he was talking about Vana Zimbabwe as a constituent. Not ZANU-PF.
I think is I'm not supposed to state what I think, right? But I'm just gonna say I think his last speech, right, last week, I think you must have seen even my commentary over it. It was quite impressive. It was a breath of fresh air, by and large. There's no doubt about it. But Zimbabweans want to see something more. They want to see the real speech, okay, of him demonstrating real leadership. And that starts with a speech of simply announcing, Zimbabweans, I'm taking my kids to go and see their mother. I don't agree with their mother. I feel that their mother did this or did not do this to me, but I'm taking them to their mother. And I am calling on all other men who have got disputations with their wives to do the same. Don't deprive kids of their mother. Take the kids to their mother. Let them see their mother even for 5 minutes. Well, of course, it could be 1 hour, 2 hours, like it is done legally. Even in Zimbabwe, it is a constitutional right. And I'm not going to take my kids out of the country to take them to India, to take them to China for DNA tests and whatever without their mother's consent. I might be a general, I might be the vice president, but I want to demonstrate that all men should treat everyone else with respect. What I said at the stadium about respect, I'm just demonstrating it. And he should do it even while lying. He could easily be lying. Even take my notes, please. Record my audio here. General. Do my notes are say in the public. People are going to start at least listening to him, even if he's lying. That he's going to, maybe even if he doesn't do it, but if he makes such a statement, right? Okay. Right. And I do think that he should do something. My point is, there are children that need to be protected here, whether Mary did anything or what. And this actually suggests to me very strongly, it suggests to a lot of people that Chiwenga was worked on. His mind was worked on. Akashandwa. People who end up in such rage and anger that they cannot put my brakes. A lot of the time, that they would have been worked on by intelligence. What do the people in the intelligence do? They load loads of junk in your brain or towards you so that you just move in the wrong direction and then you do something that is not right. And so I think if he could do that, then we could have we could have something there. And also to these people who keep saying, oh, Mary, this and that. Number one, Mary was a victim. Mary was bombed. She is the first female victim in Zimbabwe to be on camera while you are bombed. A whole grenade is exploding under your feet. And yeah, that was an attempted assassination. But and also even on Chiwenga himself, there's so many people. If it's an issue of attempted assassination, so many times Chiwenga himself has not only attempted to kill people, he has killed people even on camera in the last 7 years. Saka tinyararewo kana muchida repeat blame. You want to make it appear like the whole country, one person is wrong, the mother of 3 kids, that she's being deprived of the whole problem in the whole country. Oh dear. Right. Zimbabwe freedom. let's I think let's end with you. We're about to end. Give us a 2 minute. I know you're coming late, but just give us your 2 minute closing and then we're ending, brother.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Liman. Thank you very much to all the speakers and everyone listening.
You need to move your microphone.
Hold on. Is that better?
That's right.
Thank you very much. Yes. What I was going to say was, thank you very much for the space, first of all, and thank you very much to all the speakers and all the listeners. I wanted to have a conversation with you, Nkoma Simba, just a back and forth, just for 2 seconds. It won't take long, a couple of minutes. We all know Floyd Mayweather, yeah? That he was undefeated in any official fights. That he keeps on going on and on, but he grows the most in terms of a boxer. So we all know that is fact. Okay? And then we all know another lady, a lady called Grace Mugabe, that she was alleged to have committed a crime in South Africa. Am I right, Nkoma Simba? Am I right?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Was a docket opened against her by South African police?
I think there was actually, but there were some diplomatic issues that was eventually, there was a docket, yeah.
Okay, yeah, right.
There was definitely an incident report. There was a case that was opened. There was even a case that went to court. AfriForum was behind it also. So it was well documented.
Right, great, very good. I'm not saying good that she did what she did. I don't like what she did, but I'm just saying thank you very much for your answer. My next question is, was a docket opened against Mary Chiwenga?
There's none whatsoever.
Why?
There's not even an incident report at the hospital, and the Chimama lives there near in South Africa, and it's something that anyone can even just visit that hospital and even just ask someone, just take someone out for a coffee and just say, please pull me this record. There is nothing, zilch.
Okay, right. My next question is, do we all remember a lady called Chidima who is said to have got?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
And there was a whole hoopla and everything else around her. She ended up becoming Miss Nigeria, and then she was now voted the 5th most beautiful woman in the world, right? According to the pageant, the beauty pageant that was held. I think she's 3rd or 5th. I don't remember. But she's according to that beauty pageant, she's in Africa and Oceania. She was voted the most beautiful woman in Africa and Oceania, and there was a whole investigation. The Ministry of Home Affairs of Africa was involved and everything else. Now, if it is the case that all these things happen in official channels in South Africa, I'm only asking a question. I'm not trying to make any suggestions. My question is this: a whole case involving the 2nd most powerful man in Zimbabwe has been going through court in Zimbabwe, alleging he's attempted. Why is it that not even an extradition appeal has been handed into the South African government, not by South African government to Zimbabwe, or an investigation by South African? I'm sorry, I'm a bit thick, but thank you. I learned there. Thank you.
You've cut.
No, napedza mkoma Simba. Nangoto
Right.
pane dzimwe nguva dzokuti ndinomboitawo slow mbichana mupfungwa dzangu. I think this is an instance where I'm a bit slow on this one.
No, you didn't make it clear. All you are saying is these allegations, if they're true, they happened in a jurisdiction that has rules. They happened in an institution that has rules. The person that these allegations were committed to is a significant person. There has not been a police report. South Africa is not investigating anything. The institution itself has not been investigating, and there's no person of interest who is married, who committed a crime in South Africa in an institution that is a hospital. So these allegations are merely media rather than they are legal. Why are the ones who have legal requirement to push for this person who committed something have not done so? So if he committed these things, why is the hospital, the country pursuing this? That's what you're saying.
No, I asked the question. I didn't say anything. Please.
No, I'm saying you're asking that question.
Yeah. No, this is the accusations the accusations against Mary Chiwenga. Hi Zuli. Oh yes, yeah. Chatzoka later on yeah, it'll be 6 o'clock. Manero to be the late in the night, British time. Yeah. Yeah. I was just about to say there are a lot of things that happen in this country and no one does my fact checks. One of them is on Maxwell Chikumbutso. Maxwell Chikumbutso, the so-called inventor. ZBC spent 15 minutes with him last week. I spent 3 years since 2022, right, interviewing him. And last week I spent 5 hours on top of those 3 years working on him. You know, someone who is out on bail for armed robbery and someone who is also a convict for fraud is being portrayed as an inventor when he doesn't even have a single piece of paper to prove that he's got an invention, not even a patent. And the whole president uses that person. And folks, to those who are in the Chiwenga camp, I will challenge you with this just to show you kuti maka amuzukuona pane zimwe pamunenge makapata. On Monday, Chiwenga obtained a lot of support, military, public. That was massive. The following day, you cannot see, and none of you have ever exposed MNANGAGWA on your social media handles about this. The attempt to lure the army using Maxwell Chikumbutso through another Gwanda-style poison claim. That was all. That stunt had nothing to do with a car that drives forever, a helicopter that flies forever, and electricity that will be endless and free and all that. No, the real hit on your mental health was the poison claim. He was poisoned. MNANGAGWA played on you the same Gwanda trick, what he used on you 7 years ago when he claimed he was poisoned at Gwanda, what he used on the army. So he had lost military support, so he invents another poison claim. And while he's doing this, he's promoting an armed robber whose activities have been accompanied by the death of many people, including Genius Kadungure. And it's been proven even at court that the only product that he has, that Maxwell Chikumbutso has, right? There is no drone, there is no car, There's no microsonic device, what. The only product that Michael Chikumbutsa has been proven by the courts to possess is an unlicensed firearm. Go and check. An unlicensed firearm that is being used right now. So Mnangagwa plays with you. That's why right now he's webbed on you on Mary Chiwenga. But he actually used Maxwell Chikumbutsa to play on your mind. And none of you are talking about that. You're busy accusing Mary Chiwenga here. Instead of going straight to the person here. One thing that needs to be established in history is that after Grace Mugabe, the next most powerful person was Mary Chiwenga. No other, talking a powerful woman here in Zimbabwe. After Grace Mugabe, go and check your history. The person who was powerful soon after that was Mary Chiwenga. So if we want to deal with the general, we first cause him to distrust his wife the same way we made Mugabe distrust his wife. If we're going to deal with, if I was Mnangagwa and I needed to deal with Chiwenga, and I know Chiwenga is powerful, Chiwenga controls the whole army, Chiwenga is trusted by everyone, and Chiwenga is unpredictable. How would I destroy Chiwenga? I will use the same trick that I used on Mugabe. I had whisperers. I will send whisperers, the same that I also sent on Mugabe, so that Mugabe would announce wrong statements. That would not back Grace Mugabe. That would doubt Jonathan Moyo Kasukuwere and Joao in 2017. So I would disconnect Mnangagwa from Mugabe from his wife. That's the same way that I would do with the next most powerful person in this country. Who is the real president of Zimbabwe, by the way, even right now? How do I destroy Chiwenga? I will make Chiwenga distrust his own wife. That's how I will use the same trick I used on Mugabe. So that while Chiwenga is busy destroying Mary, and I'll meet him. Tichiseka soko. Soko. Murima, muridi nini ko soko. Tichihagana tichiseka tichismile. Zvaendwa. And Varakashi name chingoona mchitungofunga kuti, oh, me and Shumba na Soko, we are one. And we are one blood, one flesh, or something like that. Muchinyepegwa. And then I talk to those people. Not out now directly. And I'm privileged that I know so much. But not that you should take what I have, what I know, but I'm just saying the little that I know, I would like to share it with people, so that you are not fooled, our people. My leaders vanachiwenga vanoda kubatsirwa nemi imini vacho. Musangoita varakashi vepa social media chat. Itaiwo varakashi vekurakasha my thoughts, my ideas, anenga aiswa nemuvengi, because the enemy who wants to destroy you, he plants thoughts. So help also your bosses that you want to lead in this country. Help them so that they make quality decisions. Because if they succeed, if Chiwenga succeeds, you won't budirira. And if I was in ZANU-PF, I would work towards making either Chiwenga or Mnangagwa become like Jinping in China. I would want to see him at least having a bit of that type of quality leadership, where someone is a business person. They're operating like that, not a stupid military general who is busy killing the mother of his own kids. So, folks, we're gonna end. Thank you so much. Right. Let's catch up later on, 6 p.m., right? We've come to the end. We're gonna descend now. And quickly, here is Mukanya. Here is what Mukanya told me. I put this in a 6-minute video. I just contracted it. Here we are. And he is a man who fought during the Chimurenga War. He fought in a very, very special way. He fought against oppression of blacks. And after that, he went on to fight against oppression of black people in the New Zimbabwe. And he hasn't stopped. Stop and amuchki.
Aiwa kana uchimirira chokwadi unosvika chiko mwana wamai. Haufanirwe kutya kana kufa kunouya nguva yese yese. Mwari kufa mutemo waMwari. Zvokutyizikwa nemunhu uchinzi ndichakuuraya ndichaziva hazvina nebasa rose. Mwari ndiye anenge akati ndofiro yako iwe. Saka ngatiregei kuzvinyepera kuti hanzi ndinozofa ndinozodai. Aiwa, anytime munhu anogona kungodonha obva. Kana tiri kutaura patiri kutaura ipapo unongonzwa kuti ini ndadonha ndafa zvatopera.
We have got to a stage munyika medu where war veterans of your age group have come up and they have teamed up to call for a restoration of democracy. They are saying that they regret, vanoregreta Zimbabwe yakatungamirirwa na Robert Mugabe na Emerson Mnangagwa. And we are seeing them being threatened right now. We are seeing Runesu Geza being threatened with expulsion and also being threatened with arrest. I think Maona vakumuti iye varida kumusunga hanzi pane chiko crime yakazoitika riniko, and also threat of deprivation. Igenga renyuka here. Am I right? Vana Geza vai.
Ndizozo.
How do you munopaverenga sei pa?
Ya panonetsa kuti nyaso tikada kupaongorora nekuti the same people vari kutaura today ivava ndo vatisvitsa patiri. Handiri kunzwisisa vachisapota chimusangano chavo chinonzi ZANU-PF ichi. Vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga. Hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro. Hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro nokuti kune vana vari kuenda kuzvikoro, vamwe vakafunda, vamwe vapedzisira vatiza munyika nenzira yekukanganisa kutongwa kuri kuitwa. Kutongwa kwakaipa. Hatidi kuhudzinyirira, hatidi udictatorship kwete munyika. Kana iri nyika yevanhu ine nandione simba. Why tichiti opposition ne ruling party zvinofamba sei? Because at the end of the day vanhu ndo vanosafaka, ndo vari kusafa. Handione ini kana tiripo kushandira nyika, opposition ne ruling party tinofanirwa kushanda pamwe chete ka, nokuti tiri kubatsira vanhu ka. Ko nharo dzatinoitisirana pakati pedu apa ndedzei? Tiri kufanirwa kushanda kana tiri vanhu vari kubatsira vanhu. Why don't we just unite and work for the people? Yeah, panonetsa kutanso tikada kupaongorora nekuti the same people vari kutaura vatishisa
patiri vachisapota chimusangano chinonzi ZANU-PF vaine pfungwa
vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga. Pfungwa dzakadaro. Hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro.
This is bullshit. No, this is bullshit. When we say
he didn't even take about this place. I know that kutora urume kutia vile mari nika haifa yape mumaoko vanu nekutapake tichivaka Zimbabwe
Why don't we?
tichiramba huori nekusavatira vanhu
Yeah, panonetsa kuti nyaso tikada kusaongorora the same people vari kutaura today ivava ndo vatisvitsa matiri handiri kunzwisisa vachisapota chimusangano chavo chinonzi ZANU-PF ichi vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro, hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro nokuti kune vana vari kuenda kuzvikoro vamwe vakafunda vamwe vapedzira vatiza munyika nenzira yekukanganisa kutongwa kuri kuitwa. Kutongwa kwakaipa, hatidi kuhudzinyirira, hatidi udictatorship kwete munyika. Kana iri nyika yevanhu inena ndione simba why tichiti opposition ne-ruling party zvinofamba sei? Because at the end of the day vanhu ndo vanosafaka.
Right, here we go, Yazunisas. By the way, if you live in West Yorkshire, if you live around Leeds, Bradford, Sheffield, right, you need Kutenga Nyama. There are 2 Zimbabwean shops providers, but there's also a shop that is at a farm. And I totally forgot. Now I'm so sorry, Blaya Grocery. Brother, do you have a link? And Dumiso, can I just drop it here, please? So people can, those who are in the United Kingdom, you can go and, Dumiso, can you send me a link, please? Dumiso, drop us a link, please, to share for people to buy my groceries. Buying meats and groceries.
Yeah, sorry, Simba. My phone was in my pocket.
Okay, I was saying, drop us a link, man. Man, without tenga nyama. Is this doda nyama? Inna ntombo di conversation. Doda nyama, doda wofu. Okay. Right. Okay. Right. So yeah. drop us a link here. Tikande pana papa vano. Ti nigirkine. Ti kwanse kusvika pa Leeds Bradford apa timbo nigirkine. I know it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for a quick WhatsApp link that I think I have.
And tibataisa papa zvifambe titechi because tinofana kunge tichidya organic food kwete kudya chikafu nyama yekutesco. Pana achiri kudya chikafu chekutesco erawo mana. Why? Cheap is cheap health. Muita seko cheap health. You have to watch your health.
Let me just put it as a comment as well. I sent it to you.
Opa DM and good.
Yeah, but let me also just put it as a link. It's just a WhatsApp link at the moment.
Okay.
I'll just put it at the top there before you close up. People can see. If you click on that link, it takes you straight to my WhatsApp messages. Then you can just message me. Thank you. Andichakambotaura nenyaya yemapurazi ndara yakaperera papi. Not yemapurazi, that funding the small farmers. You don't remember?
Sorry?
Andichakambotaura nenyaya yefunding yema-small farmers a while back.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. We need to
put my WhatsApp link there. If people are interested, just WhatsApp me.
Okay, let me put it. You posted it per news and it. Per Twitter and it. Okay, so let me see. Let me just do this. So if I come here, let me see. How do I? Okay, shall I? Have you posted something? I can't see anything that you posted there.
I've already posted it at the top.
Oh, you've managed to put it. Good. Yeah. Okay. Yapinda mu. Okay, good. Yes. Zimbabweans, those were Leeds, Sheffield, York, Bradford, right? And you want meat? You want nice, fresh, organic meat? unogona kutenga yakatodaro andinongotenga mombe yakangodaro ka iri full.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, nice. That would be nice.
Money talks.
And it inoita mari mombe hombe if I'm going to buy.
I would say minimum after slaughter
1,750.
Yes.
After slaughter.
Yeah, after slaughter, yes.
Or before slaughter.
Before slaughter, you can get it for about 1.5.
Right. Okay. Also, before slaughter, and get it cheaper.
Yes, cheaper. Slaughter, you see, and this below slaughter, you have to take the number 1.
Okay. Right. So we've posted the link here. Zimbabweans musaende ku Milton Keynes. And the Milton Keynes the one and why and
but
no, Milton Keynes is too far.
People go locally for model function.
Absolutely. We've put the link there. Right. Yeah. Right, folks. We're going to chat Zoka 6 p.m. 6 p.m. British time. So we're going to be shutting, folks. Thank you so much. Dumiso, we've got the link there. Cheers, folks.
Nokuti tiri kubatsira vanhu ka konharo dzatinoitisirana pakati pedu apa ndedzei tiri vanhu vakushanda kana tiri vanhu vari kubatsira vanhu. Why don't we just unite and work for the people? Yeah, panonetsa kuti tikada kupaongorora ndekuti the same people vari kutaura today vava ndo vatisvitsa patiri handiri vatisapota chimusangano chavo chinonzi ZANU-PF vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro.
This is bullshit. You know? This is bullshit. Without the way, there are many areas. You are fighters. One way up in Amsterdam. What are you know? Fuck off, man. You. When we say. Kuti avene mukana wekuba nekushandisa mari yenyika achigeza mari yakaora achibvisa mhosva dzake tichenjerere kuti asatipinze mumatambudziko musapengeswe nageza hana kana kugeza plesekeza uyu he didn't even take a bath. Yeah, panonetsa tikada kupaongorora the same people vari kutaura today vava ndo vatisvitsa patiri handiri kunzwisisa vachisapota chimusangano chavo chinonzi ZANU-PF ichi vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro nokuti kune vana vari kuenda kuzvikoro vamwe same people vari kutaura today vava ndo vatisvitsa patiri handiri vachisapota chimusangano chavo chinonzi ZANU-PF vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana this is bullshit. You know? This is bullshit. Without the way, there are many areas. You are fighters. When we say people vari kutaura today ivava ndo vatisvisa patiri handiri kunzwisisa vachisapota chimusangano chavo chinonzi ZANU-PF vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga. Hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro, hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro, nokuti kune vana vari kuenda kuzvikoro, vamwe vakafunda, vamwe vapedzira vatiza munyika nenzira yekukanganisa kutongwa kuri kuitwa. Kutongwa kwakaipa. Hatidi kudzinyirira, hatidi kudictatorship kwete munyika. Kana iri nyika yevanhu, inena ndione simba. Why tichiti opposition ne-ruling party zvinofamba sei? Because at the end of the day vanhu ndo vanosafaka. Ya panonetsa kutanso tikada kupaongorora ndekuti ivo the same people vari kutaura today vatisvisa patiri vachisapota chimusangano chinonzi ZANU-PF vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga. Pfungwa dzakadaro, hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro.
This is bullshit. You know, this is bullshit. When we say
ya panonetsa kutanso tikada kupaongorora ivo the same people vari kutaura today ivava ndo vatisvisa patiri. Handiri kunzwisisa vachisapota chimusangano chavo chinonzi ZANU-PF ichi. Vakabva kusango vaine pfungwa dzekuti vanoda kuita one party state. Hapana mumwe munhu anofanirwa kutonga. Hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro, hatidi pfungwa dzakadaro, nokuti kune vana vari kuenda kuzvikoro, vamwe vakafunda, vamwe vapedzira vatiza munyika nenzira yekukanganisa kutongwa kuri kuitwa. Kutongwa kwakaipa. Hatidi kudzinyirira, hatidi kudictatorship kwete munyika. Kana iri nyika yevanhu, inena ndione simba. Why tichiti opposition ne-ruling party zvinofamba sei? Because at the end of the day vanhu ndo vanosafaka.
Right, obviously, let's come back 6 p.m. Thank you. This was just a replay of a freestyle that the continent's oldest music legend, Thomas Mafuma himself, dropped randomly. By the way, it was during an interview. I wasn't expecting him. I was thinking at that time that Mafuma is going to back Blessed Geza, is going to back the comrades who are his age mates, and some, if not most of them, are actually younger than him. But somehow he just dropped this freestyle. We just put a small beat to it just to make it go, just to make it rock. That's all. Right, let us go. And by the way, quickly, right, kunema pane zataona with this footage that's floating right now. MNANGAGWA scarves, MNANGAGWA t-shirts are being burnt down. People are not happy. Let's catch up later on. This is the news network, Zimai.com.